Hello everyone. Today's an exciting day. We're starting with SurrealDB. I'm really looking forward to learning that database because from what I read about it and from very little that I tried to use it, it sounds like something pretty awesome. Still in the early stages of its life, but pretty awesome so far. So, just to give you some context, I'm used to mostly work with relational databases. You know, Microsoft SQL, Postgres, a little bit of MariaDB. But I really suck at SQL. You can assume that basically I barely know anything, just the basics. I guess one could blame Entity Framework for that. You know, like ORMs and all the stuff that I usually worked through when it comes to databases. And also, SQL seems to be kind of incompatible with me. I don't know, it's just like... I don't know, it just can't get into my brain. It's like, I look something up, and I guess I just don't use it often enough to actually learn it properly. Maybe one day I'm gonna learn it too, but for now the idea is to learn SurrealDB. And here you can see the SurrealDB website, and we're just gonna start from scratch. The other thing that I did so far is I made a little repository where, you know, we'll have a code editor, we'll be writing all the queries that we'll learn about, you know, that we'll be trying out throughout the live stream and possibly future live streams. And to just have, you know, some reference, if some people find it as possibly useful, you can just find it under me, xconti/learning_surreal. And that should be it. I'm gonna paste it in the chat just in case as well. Alrighty, so let's read up on the SurrealDB, the ultimate multi-model database. And the multi-model is the keyword here, because we have all three models here in one database. The relational one, as an SQL-like, the document database, something like Mongo, and graph database, something like Neo4j, for example. All in one, and yeah, they recently revamped their website, made all the pretty little buttons and pictures. But yeah, basically we have a database, we have the real-time API layer, and security permissions all in one. So this is also one of those databases that you can just connect from your front end, and just like you would have, for example, in Supabase or in, how was the Google one? Firebase, where you can have all those permissions set, even per row and whatnot. So, you know, all that's possible. You can query the database with the tools you want, your data, your choice. So you can use the surrealql. Apparently there will be GraphQL coming in. And there's also, you can just send HTTP requests to your database if you need to, or just connect through RPC, WebSockets, and all that stuff. Yeah, like I mentioned, we can connect from web browsers. You can set up, like, unlike in MongoDB or whatever, you have actually native support for relations between the records or documents or whatnot. Something that you have exactly like an Jabad says, hello, by the way. Could you give a little more details regarding what to expect from this live stream in regard to learning? It will be basically me going through the documentation, reading it, trying to figure it out, and as we get to some examples, I'll be trying to run them, understand them, as I have very little knowledge of the database itself. And I would like to learn it to, in future live stream, be able to maybe build some basic projects using SurrealDB. I know if that answers a question. I don't know how much detail do you want. I mean, I also have a little plan that I prepped for myself. Maybe I'll share it as well quickly. I basically want to start with an introduction section in the database, go through the overview, glance at what the data model is, and go through a few of those basic query statements. Maybe get to here, hopefully. I don't know what order we'll be learning things in. And ultimately, I would like to start building this kind of setup here so that this will be basically in my blog. I want to have the idea of posts, users. I want to add comments. In the future, I want to add likes and ability for user to mark specific posts as learned to build like a little knowledge thing where, you know, a post could require some other things to make some kind of graph for dynamic learning paths, I guess. But this is just a rough plan. I don't know what to expect from it. So these are my notes for the stream, I'd say. I'm not well prepared, but I have some kind of idea I would achieve. What I would want to achieve. So yeah, that's that. So yeah, the whole thing is that there are no joins. You don't do joins in a database, which is absolutely awesome because that's usually the pain. So there's no such pain here. As far as as far as you know, it tries to advertise. Yeah, you could just deploy on multiple nodes, tables, documents, and graph, everything in one place. Yeah, and the other thing is that you also have live queries, so you could subscribe to some kind of table, I believe, and get updates if something gets added, something gets removed, whatever happens. So, real-time application, chat applications, so many uses. Okay, you can extend it with JavaScript and WebAssembly. That's interesting. I don't know how well documented that part is. And you can also embed it and do fancy stuff. And of course, SDKs and whatnot. So let's go to, first of all, we'll use something called Surrealist. It's their GUI tool for basically interacting with a database, quick inspections, you can go through the tables and whatnot. And the whole idea is why I would like to use it. It's right here. I guess I could make it a little bit larger. Is that you can basically connect to something called Sandbox. And that just spins up fresh new database. You can click refresh button and you have fresh little database running without any setup, which is awesome. You just install the Surrealist. It's 500 megs, but I can live with that. Okay, so let's go to resources, documentation for SurrealDB documentation. And let's read through it. Let's see what we can learn from it. SurrealDB makes building and scale. I mean, initially we'll probably have lots of marketing stuff that we need to get through, but the deeper we'll go, probably the more interesting we'll start getting. So, SurrealDB makes building and scaling real-time apps dramatically quicker and easier. Get started by installing the server and jump into the getting started guide. So installing the server is, we already did that. We have the Surrealist that for now will be as a little web server. In the future, we can just deploy it as a Docker container or Docker container or Docker Compose, whatever. It's really easy. Getting started guide, which will be the introduction. Sure. To learn how to insert and query data in SurrealDB in minutes. To quickly test out SurrealDB and surrealql functionality, we included a demo dataset, which you can download and import into your SurrealDB instance. That's interesting. The current stable version is 1.5.4, and the SurrealDB 2.0 is coming out soon, I guess. On GitHub, I'm getting notifications that yesterday the alpha version 6 of the 2.0 was released, so soon enough will be some updates. I'm not sure exactly what's gonna be there, But sure. Introduction. The purpose of this document is to provide you with a comprehensive understanding of SurrealDB. Whether you are a beginner, getting started with SurrealDB, or an experienced user looking for specific information, this overview will serve as a valuable resource. Throughout this document, you will explore the core concepts that form the foundation of SurrealDB. You will also learn about the various features that are built into SurrealDB, as well as upcoming features that are planned for future releases. Getting started. Before we delve into the features and functionalities of SurrealDB, it's important to grasp the core concepts that underpin this powerful database solution. In the next section, we will explore these core concepts in our Getting Started guide. One thing I wanted to also point out is that this database you can use for free, even for commercial purposes, as long as you're not reselling it as a database as a service. Okay? So if you're making some kind of app, you can use it as your database. Just, don't provide, hey, we can deploy SurrealDB for you or something. For that, you will need to have a commercial, separate license for making the database as a service thing. Okay, so let's get to getting started. This guide will walk you through installing SurrealDB on your machine, defining your schema, and writing some queries with surrealql. So make sure you have it installed. We have it. Start a database. We can ignore all that for now. Maybe we'll get to that when we'll start actually building a solution or something. We'll see. For now, we have the surrealist. Okay. Running queries in SurrealDB. SurrealQL, I guess Surreal Query Language, is the query language for SurrealDB, which can be used to query data from your SurrealDB database. While this is not a requirement for getting started, it is helpful to familiarize yourself with some commands. There are two main ways to use SurrealQL. Surrealist, this is what we're going to use. A graphical user interface that can be accessed via web browser or used as a desktop application. Throughout this documentation, we'll actually see little instances of the surrealist. We've already data preloaded, so a very interesting concept. Or SurrealDB CLI, a command line interface, just straight from the terminal. One could use that, but we have surrealist, so in my case, I'm gonna stick with that. So once you have your database running, head over Surrealist. Surrealist offers simple interface. You can run queries, view results, and even save your queries for later use. To start running queries, you can set up a connection using database credentials or use a sandbox. So again, sandbox, we just go to little here, select sandbox, and we have fresh database running already. For the sake of the guide, we recommend using sandbox connection. Once you have set up your connection, you can run your queries in the query editor. So this is the thing. This is already the Surrealist running in a web browser. I don't know what kind of database, how the database is running. Maybe it's just WASM? I have no idea. But there you go. This is our query. So let's look at it. Create account. And we set name to be a string acme, incorporated, created at, and we have, looks like a function, time now, and a semicolon at the end, okay? And oh, look at that. When we select, we have run selections, and when we don't select, we have run query. So let's run the query. Okay, 200 microseconds. Created at, okay, so this is our values, so we can see that it's saved as a string, or maybe just shows it as a string. We got an automatically created ID. This will be interesting with those IDs because it says the name of the table or collection and some kind of ID and the name that we provided. Awesome. The account record will be created and a random ID has been generated for this record. Okay. In SurrealDB, every record can be created and accessed directly by its ID. In the following query, we will create a record, but you will see a specific ID. Oh, look at that. So up here we said that the table is account. Here we're saying it's author, and we use that colon to give it specific ID. So I guess the ID will be author colon John. Okay. Ooh, more fancy stuff. So, you know, we're setting age to be 29, admin true, sign up at, and again, time now. But look at that. Name dot first. Name dot last. Doesn't mean there will be sub-element there. Like, you know, name will be an, like in JavaScript, an object that holds value first and last. And then full, which is string join. First and last name with a space in the middle. Sure. Run query. Yep, there we go. We have name as an object and ID is the author John. That's awesome. And the full name is this. What if we're gonna add in the middle, AKA? It should put space in between both, right? And we'll make it not John, we'll make it James. Run. We got James. James, aka Adams. Perfect. You can also link records to each other by creating a mutual record. For example, create a blog article record, which links to the author and account tables. And the following example, we link to the author record directly by its ID. And we link to the account record with a subquery. Gosh, we're instantly getting into subqueries, seriously? Which searches using the name field. Okay, this getting started is going fast. It's good I know at least something about databases. Hello, Mithridates. How are you doing today? Let's now create a blog article record, which links to the author and the account tables. In the following example, we link the author record directly as its ID. It feels like I already read that. And we'll link to the account record by a subquery, which gives us the ID for the Acme Incorporated. So let's look at it. Create article. Okay, article record. Yeah, create article. So that's our table name. And we set created at normal author. And we just, this is the ID of the, not James, but the John that we created. Okay. So I guess, I presume that this here is a separate database from this one. Something tells me. So let's leave it at John, right? Title and text. It's all fine. And account, instead of just setting it to the whatever article something, oh, it probably wasn't it, because look at that. When we created that first account, Acme, we didn't give it the ID, right? It's just created and created this random ID. So instead of remembering that, we could just search for it, right? So down here, account, in parentheses, we have this whole subquery where we select a value ID, okay, from account table, where name is Acme Incorporated, and we'll limit to one record. Okay, that's an easy way to do a subquery, right? Oh wait, there's this thing here. Can I like make it smaller? Okay, I hope it's still readable on the live stream. Yeah, so I guess this is just like in programming. You just get the first element. I like that. So let's run it. That didn't take long. Okay. We got a new account. Oh, this found the account, right? Because that's where the subquery was. Perfect. So we've got the account. Author John, created at, blah, blah. This article got its own new ID because we didn't set it to anything specific. Hell yeah, that looks good. Click to change mode. Individual. Table. I guess table doesn't work. Let's refresh the page. There we go. Let's run the query. Okay. That's funny. And do we have anything else in here? Just variables and that's it. Nothing else. All right. So querying data with select. We already had a little bit of it. It's funny that we get the select introduced through a subquery. So the querying functionality in SurrealDB works similarly to a traditional SQL, but with many of the added benefits of NoSQL query languages. To retrieve data, we will use the select statement. You can query all the articles in your record, and this will also return the record links. So we can do literally select star as an everything from article. This is like exactly SQL, right? Also in SurrealDB, we can retrieve data from multiple different tables or records at once. In this example below, we'll retrieve data from both the article and the account table in one query. Okay, run. So query 1, I guess this should be the only query, right? We've got a list and we've got element number 1 and element number 2. So this is the article because it says in the ID that this is the article. So I guess that's what enables it, is that the ID itself already tells you what the table is, so you don't have to have any wrappers around it. That's interesting. So we've got the article with all the links and everything. And this is the other one, this is the account. And we have only one article and one account, right? Yeah. What if we're gonna quickly create our own account? Like another account. What was the first one? Create account set. So let's do that. Let's just put it down here. We'll call it, what could we call it? Don't know. A company. Oh no, account. It'll be me, okay? Created at time. So we'll just select this thing and run selection. Bam. Created this account. And let's just do you. Run query. Oh, I did everything. So that's query 1, which should return this account. Wait, this article and the old account and the new account, and then it created another one. So when I run just that, we should have all 3. Acme, me, you. Perfect. So that works. Simple so far. No big deal. Also, instead of pulling data from multiple tables and merging that data together, SurrealDB allows you to traverse related records efficiently without needing to use joins. That's the exciting part. In the following example, we will get all the articles where the author is younger than 30. So articles, that's the article, where authors, which is the user or account, no, the user or something? No, there's an author table, yeah. So that's a separate table. In order to get the information for the author age for our filter condition, we need to fetch the relevant records from the author table. So we do select everything from article where author.age is less than 30. So we know that article has the field author, but we just use dot, just like in programming, to get to the age. And if it's less than 30, we're going to return it. And we have additionally the fetch thing. Fetch author and account. Okay. So we run the query. Got the account. Right? Oh, wait, this isn't one object. It goes all the way here. So in that object, we have the account, which has all the details here. We have the author that has all the details here. And then we have the article itself. Okay. Doesn't mean that fetch just added those. What if I'm going to remove those? Will that still work? That was a problem. Failed to parse query at line 1. It doesn't like the thingy. Run query. Oh, now it worked. That's weird. Okay. Maybe just some bug. Yeah. So if we don't have that fetch for account and author, it just tells us the what do you call it? The ID. So if I would want the account to be included, I just do fetch account, right? Because that's the field. Run. Yeah, there we go. It's that simple. Okay. Sure. What if I'll do comma account.id? Run. Oh, okay. .id. Nope. But that worked. We were able to expand it on itself, comma account .id. Ha! Oh, that's so silly. I guess we can do that. Why not? Huh. Mithradate says, sometimes Surrealist is in the middle of parsing the query if you hit run query right away. Oh, okay. Oh, so it probably is parsing just to find errors, right? Thank you for that tip. That's probably gonna, is going to save me some angriness towards the solution if that's the common bug. All right. I really like that we can fetch from within the stuff. Okay. And it's good to know that you know something about Surreal. It's good to have a helping hand on during those learning live streams. Because I tend to just assume too much sometimes. Alrighty, so we had the select. Let's go to update. Similar to update, in SQL you can also update specific IDs. For example, say you wanted to update the first name of the author. You can do so. Update, and we've got the ID of John inside the table author. We set the name.first, because again we have name, and inside of name object we have first, and we set it to David. While name full, because we need to update it, right? String join, just like before, and we can just fetch name first here and name last. That's interesting. So it's just gonna figure out automatically that, okay, we need to get this and that. No weird subqueries or anything. That's awesome. Okay. So let's run it. There we go. Name. But everything else is fine. Okay. Sure. That makes me happy. The above code will update the first name to be David and then create a new string for full name with the updated first and last name. That's awesome. You can also update specific fields. Didn't we just do that? Update author John set admin is false, where name.last is Adams. Oh, wait. What a strange query. We provide a link to a specific ID, right? To a specific record, and set it to false, but only if the last name is Adams. I guess if we want to double check, I could imagine it working with just update author, and I would assume that it's going to update all the authors. Yeah, let's try that. So right now, the admin is true, right? So what if we're going to do something like this? Let's just make another author. Where was the thingy for creating author? Somewhere up there. Where was it? We had account, and here we created an author. So let's copy it. Let's create another author. That also be an admin. We'll make it James again. Uh-huh. And all that stays the same. He's also admin true. Okay, so we select this thing and run it. Okay, so we created James. So now we should be able to do select everything from author, I presume. Run. Okay, we've got James and we got the author. For some reason, Google now thinks that I'm talking to it. Sorry about that. Alrighty. So we've got this going. So now let's do this. Update author, like the whole table, right? And we'll set admin to false where last name is Adams. In this case, it's both of them. And they're both admin true right now. So let's run that line. Bam. Oh, it just returns all the updated records? Really? That's interesting. What if I had 30,000 of them? Okay. Sure. And when I just run this guy, yeah, they're all false. Okay, makes sense. Works as I would expect it. So that was that part. And now the last one, I think. No, not the last one. Before the last one, we have delete. You can also delete specific records from the record ID. Delete author John with the delete statement, or you could delete a record with specific conditions, like delete article. So delete all articles where author.name.first is David. Oh, this is super nice. So article has the field author on it that links to a different thing, right? To a different record. And so we reach out into that different record with name. And because name is an object, we can still go deeper into the first. Very nice. This would be, already a reason for a join. And Mithridate says, yep, so if it looks like parsing bug, just wait a second and it should be fine then. Okay, sure. I'm sure we'll encounter it and learn how to deal with it. All right, so this will be deleting everything. And what's the difference between remove? You can also remove a specific table using the remove table. Oh, so there's delete for records, while remove table is for the whole table. Interesting. So remove table author or remove table article. Okay, congratulations. You're now on your way to database API simplicity. For next steps, take a look at some of our in-depth guides to see some of the other advanced functionality that you can use in SurrealDB. And CPN says hi, hello to you too. You're a daily guest recently. How are you doing today? Okay, so this was awesome so far. Learn more by completing this guide. You have like so blah blah blah. Learn more about SurrealQl, refer to the SurrealQl guides. We're gonna get to that in a second. But before we'll delve deeper into, the queries themselves, we actually learned a lot from this. It's just we need to reinforce it. CPN is doing good. How do you like SurrealDB so far? I really like it. We went through a short introduction, but you can create a table, record on a table with some specific things. You can create specific IDs with nested stuff and like function calls. You can create links to other records and some other tables. You can run subqueries this way, which is real simple. It feels a bit more like programming than boring queries. like this little thing. Select everything from the table article, where the field author on the article, and the author is actually a link, whatever, reference to a different record on a different table, on the table authors. So we reach out into there, and from there we grab age. So that will be joined in SQL. We just have .age, just like you would do programming. Less than 30, perfect. And we can fetch additional data, like I did nest one thing inside itself. But that's fun. Yeah, update, remove, delete, and whatnot. So just basic overview. So far it's fun. So let's learn more about the whole concepts about the database, because if we're just gonna jump into learning purely the query language, we'll probably lack some of the ideology, and we won't understand why things are designed in a specific way. So let's go through the concept and roughly architecture, and the other stuff, maybe we'll glance over the SQL stuff, because that's the most common thing used. Concepts. This page aims to give details about some of the core concepts of SurrealDB, including the intended use cases, design choices, and overarching features. So traditional database or backend layer. SurrealDB can be used either as a traditional database platform with backend languages and frameworks including Golang, Python, Rust, C, Java, .NET, Node.js, and PHP. Maybe we're gonna add NIM to that list at some point. We might just write a NIM SDK for it. Alternatively, you can use SurrealDB as a complete backend platform, connecting directly to it from front-end languages and frameworks, including JavaScript, WebAssembly, React.js, Next.js, and Ember.js. So that's the part that I would compare to something like Firebase, although it's not like this has all the file storage and a bunch of other services. It's just, the database stuff. SCPN says, if it's available for C, it should be available for everything. Fun fact, it's written in Rust, so you can interact with C, no problem. In this mode, permissions can be defined on a table, record, and field level. Oh, permissions for the field itself. Okay, that sounds cool. So you can have a record, and some fields will be accessible, some will be inaccessible. So if for some reason you have user record, right, table of users, and each record as in row in SQL terms, that means that each column, field, you could decide if somebody can access it from the front end or not. So yeah, you could ensure that even though you have all the data in the same spot in the same record, only parts of it can be read. Allow for granular data access patterns for multiple different types of users. Sure. Relational document or graph. SurrealDB is at its core a document database. Each record is stored on an underlying key value storage engine, with the ability to store arbitrary arrays, objects, and many other types of data. However, SurrealDB isn't just a document database. Because of the way that SurrealDB handles record IDs and the fetching of individual records from the underlying key value storage engine, it can be used to store time series ordered data, and highly connected graph data. With the addition of an SQL-like query language named surrealql, it is easy to create, update, and read data from across the database. Yeah, I like the easiness of just connecting things together. Single node or distributed, SurrealDB is designed to be run in many different ways and environments. Due to the separation of the storage and compute layers, SurrealDB can be run in embedded mode as a vertically scalable single node database server. Vertically scalable means that, we can make a more beefy and more beefy machine that run it, right? Just one machine. Or is horizontally scalable. We have, instead of having beefier and beefier machines, you just have more and more smaller machines. Or as a horizontally scalable multi-node distributed cluster. This is the part I like, because I like high availability. In embedded mode, SurrealDB can be run with an in-memory storage engine. In a web browser, it can persist data using IndexedDB, or it can persist data using the file-based RocksDB storage engine. As a database server, SurrealDB can currently be configured to store data using RocksDB, TIKV, or FoundationDB. I know only of TIKV because I believe that's one of the storage backends for Kubernetes. Okay. And CPN says, to be honest, I don't like the idea. Yeah, you're more of a low-level guy, right? You like the good old SQL, probably. That's what I would assume. But I kind of like a little bit of fun. Because SQL gives me enough pain in my life already. I would like to just do things a bit faster and easier. So, system structure. SurrealDB works similarly to other traditional relational and document databases, with a few slight differences. SurrealDB is designed and developed to be a multi-tenant database platform with a high-level namespace layer, designed as a separation for each organization's department or development team. There is no limit to the number of namespaces in SurrealDB. So namespaces, again, I would compare to something like Kubernetes, is, as I understand it, is that you can have separate namespaces, like maybe for customer 1 or for customer 2. Instead of creating many separate servers, you can just have one server with namespaces that simply you can't allow them to interact with each other. They're 100% separate. Below this, the databases layer is similar to databases in other database management systems. There's no limit to the number of databases on each namespace. Yeah, I can already see it either per customer, or maybe you have, one SurrealDB server, and you want to just have separate namespaces for separate apps. Although I will probably use databases for separate apps, but maybe one for development, one for staging, one for production. 100% separated, but you can have, you can use it in so many ways. Within each database, data can be stored within a table definitions, otherwise known as collections in other database management systems. In SurrealDB, each row or document is called a record, and columns are called fields. While you can define namespaces, databases, tables, and fields, you cannot define records. You can only create, read, update, or delete them. It makes sense. So I can basically define namespaces, what databases are in those namespaces. Each databases can have different tables. And in those tables, we can basically define that, those records need to have those fields and whatnot. So pretty standard so far. And I like that namespace layer on top, because the less deployments I have to deal with, the happier I am. Okay, multiple authentication scope definitions can be defined on each database, allowing for custom authentication across tables, records, and fields. So I guess those scopes would be in case that, we have one database, and maybe you have one application for managing some kind of invoices, and this is one of your applications running for it. But you also need to have a desktop application or whatever web application that allows the customer service to connect to the database to help our customers. And they, for example, shouldn't have specific access to some of the, in-between tables or whatnot. So you can basically define those scopes, for separate users and whatnot. Sure. All logical. So let's take a peek at the architecture. Okay, this is short. This page aims to give details about some of the core architecture choices of SurrealDB, including details about the different layers which make up a SurrealDB instance or SurrealDB cluster. SurrealDB is built using a layered approach with compute separated from the storage. This allows us, if necessary, to scale up the compute layer and the storage layer independently from each other. Oh, that's interesting. So I guess the storage layer here is just the way and where we store the data, while the compute is the thing that actually runs queries and processes them and processes the data, because the database is not just grab the data and return it, is often figure out how to get to the data, get the data, process it so it fits the format, whatever you run, function you run where or whatever, often run subqueries to get even more data, and do all this management. So that will be the compute layer. So interesting. So let's say you have very little data and you're fine with 2 instances of servers for storing it, while you need 30 for processing because you run really heavy queries or something. Interesting. So the query layer. The SurrealDB query layer, otherwise known as the compute layer, handles queries from the client, analyzing which records need to be selected, created, updated, or deleted. To begin with, the query engine runs the surrealql query through a parser, returning a parsed query definition. The parsed query is then run through the executor, which breaks up each statement with the query, within the query, managing those transactions which should be run within the same transaction. Next, each statement is run through the iterator, which determines which data should be fetched from the key value storage engine, and handles index querying, planning, grouping, ordering, and limiting. Yeah, there's a lot to that. Finally, each record is passed through the document processor, processing permissions and determining which data is merged, altered, and stored on disk. Sure. That's plenty to do. Storage layer. The storage layer handles the storage of the data for the query layer. Each storage layer implementation stores data in an ordered list, handling storage on disk or sharding across a cluster. SurrealDB can use a number of underlying storage engines. Some support concurrent readers and some support concurrent readers and writers. Each storage engine must support a transaction-based approach with the ability to support reading and writing of individual keys and key ranges within each transaction. And I won't go into specific implementations of it, right? Because I don't think we need to know that much yet. And how deployment architecture with TIKV and whatnot. I just like this part. We have that storage cluster with storage nodes that run the storage thing. And I guess this is, they all connect to each other to manage who stores what. Data probably gets replicated, all this stuff. And and then basically we have separate compute nodes that can just query that data. They don't even need to communicate with each other. I think they should still be able to communicate to each other, because if you start transaction 1, you need to ensure that, nothing gets wonky. Interesting. Yeah, the high availability deployment of blah, blah. Yeah. CBN says, how are you able to read through these documents A to Z in one stretch? I don't think we're going to read through the whole thing. I don't think so. Because we're just going to take a peek at the SurrealDB for SQL developers to just have some common language, what's equivalent to what. But we're just going to go through surrealql a little bit and pick and choose the important stuff, because there's just so much, and I would like to run actual examples and start building something rather than just, boring reading. It's a documentation after all. You are supposed to get back to it often enough, especially initially. So SurrealDB for SQL developers. Quickly learn how to map your SQL knowledge to corresponding SurrealDB concepts and syntax. As a multi-model database, SurrealDB offers a lot of flexibility. That's the thing that I'm happy about. Our SQL-like query language, surrealql, is a good example of this, where we often have more than one way to achieve the same result, depending on developer preference. In this mapping guide, we will focus on the syntax that most closely resembles the ANSI structured query language, the SQL. Concepts mapping. For more in-depth explanations of SurrealDB concepts, see the concepts page. We already went through that. So on the left, we'll have relational databases like SQL. Think of Postgres, MariaDB, Microsoft SQL, all that stuff. On the right, we have Surreal. So database, both the same. Both use table. In SQLs, we have a row, and in SurrealDB, we have a record. SQL has a column, Surreal has field. Both have indexes. In SQL, we have concept of a primary key. In Surreal, it's called a record ID. Okay? That makes sense. If we have a row is a record, so it's a record ID. That's the primary key, right? Then we have transaction, this is the same. And in relational databases, we have a join, while in SurrealDB, they can be multiple things. Record links, embedding, and graph relations. Embedding, really? Interesting. Oh yeah, I guess you embed the whole other object within one object so that you still end up with one, so you don't have to do joins. Makes sense, we'll get to that, I'm sure. Syntax mapping. Let's get you up to speed with surrealql syntax with some CRUD examples. So yeah, this is going to be fun because we'll see the differences. So create. As relation databases are schemaful, only the surrealql schemaful approach is shown below. For schemaful options, see the define table page. For more surreal, so in SQL, we have create table person. And then in parentheses, we specify that we have person ID, which is serial primary key. Name is varchar of 255 characters. Serial is a PostgreSQL syntax. Okay. That explains why I don't know about it. Okay. While in SurrealDB, we first do define table person. We define it as a schemaful, as in has a schema, I guess. And then we define a field name on table person of type string. Okay? So record ID field is defined by default. So we don't have to define IDs. Everything already has an ID by default. That's cool. Insert in. So in SQL, we have insert into person. And we say that we're going to be inserting name. And values will be John and Jane. So I guess that will create two new rows in the database with those names set. While in SurrealQL, we have insert into person. Oh, we have exactly the same thing. You can do the same thing. Sure. Exactly the same thing. That's interesting. And then you can also in SQL, you can do create index. We have index name on person, and then we index by name. While here in Surreal, we have define index. I like it. Like define was used here to table, to a field, and now index. Everything is nice and the same. Define. Okay, I like that part. So define index, the name, on table, person, columns, name. Okay, very similar. Sure. For reading, select star from person. Select star from person, the same thing. The name from person for a specific column. Sure. Name from person where name is Jane. Exactly the same here. Then we have explain, select name from person, where name is Jane. And here is the same thing, we just put explain at the end for some reason. Sure. Maybe helps with parsing or something. And here we have select count of everything as person count from person. Here we just don't have the star. And we just need to call group all. Interesting. So that becomes a bit more complicated here, I guess. And select distinct name from person. Here we just need to use a function array distinct. Again, the group all. Interesting. I guess aggregation is a little bit different. Select everything from person limit 10. The same thing here to set limits. And what's this one? Select review dot star and person dot name as reviewer from review. And we do inner join review by person ID is equal person ID. Ugh, I hate joins. I know this is simple because it's a simple example, but it just complicates things a lot. Here we just do select everything and a person.name as reviewer from review. No need for join. I like the right side here a little bit more, to be honest. Okay, we're nearly done with that. So update. Alter table, person, add last name. So we're adding basically another column to the person table. This would be last name, also text, a string. Define field, last name on table, person, type string. Okay, so again, we have define field, no weird altering tables or whatever. Just define another field and you're done. And we use string instead of var character 255. I know that in here you kind of have more control over, the maximum length and how it's being stored. But at least I personally don't deal with such vast amounts of data, or, I don't know, storage is cheap. To really worry about it. If I have string, I'm fine with that. Spin says, once you write SQL commands, just forget about it. So the syntax is not a big deal. I guess I just don't do it enough to the point that sometimes you just want to write few things where you collect complex things. You have nicely structured data, but you just need to grab some from here, some from there, and go around to the point that at some point you're like, you know what? Let me just fetch those tables separately and just connect everything in code. And suddenly, you're doing things not the way you're supposed to do, I guess, because it just becomes too complex. Or you need to reach out to ChatGPT to help you out how to figure it out. And you can't do more the fancy stuff that we'll get to later, because remember, we're comparing just SQL side of things, but there's a little bit more to it. Update person said last name is this, where name is Jane. So yeah, exactly the same thing here. And drop column here is just remove field, last name on table person. Sure. Makes sense. And then the delete from person, delete from table person where the name is Jane. Delete person. So delete, just not from. Okay. Where rest is the same. Delete person. I guess that deletes everything from the table person. Yep. And drop table person is remove table. Yeah, we went through that. Okay. And we have the similar comparison for MongoDB, which is a document database. So that's where we have different kind of queries probably displayed. And also Neo4j, which is a graph database, because, suddenly you deal with nodes, with node labels, whatever. What else do they have? Relationships and other stuff. So yeah, suddenly you have totally different queries because you traverse graphs through it with different way. Okay, so that's so much for introduction. Let's actually take a peek at something else. What do we have in tutorials? Integrating with authentication providers, no thank you. Working with SurrealDB over HTTP via Postman, interesting. Defining schema. I know that this is a little bit not what we want to focus right now. Sure. Our CPN is asking us, are GraphDB same as VectorDB? Don't know to what extent. I don't think so. I believe VectorDB is a little bit more math oriented, while Graph is just overall different way of specifying connections. Let's say that I can give you a basic example of what I would like to create. Let's say start creating today. Just look at this graph, okay? So we have just basic thing. On the right, we have a user. Yeah, right here we have a user. So this will be just a record or a table, right? And we have something like a post, simple, and maybe you want to create comments, right? So these are all concepts that are really easy to define in SQL. So the whole idea here is that a post, has an author, just a link to an author. So that's something you wouldn't probably consider a relationship to be. The same thing with comments, because comment has an author and maybe comment is pointed to a post. But what if you want to define likes? Okay. A user can like a post, right? So I would say that that's something relatively simple. But what if you want that user to be able to like a post and maybe a comment? Suddenly in SQL, you would need to have two separate tables for types of likes. While as a relation in a graph database, you can just define there's a relation like that comes from user to post or from user to comment. And on top of that, it can hold some additional data, maybe when the like was created or what kind of like, because on some websites like dev.to, you would have, a like, you would have a unicorn or a bookmark or something else. And the same thing goes for, a relationship knows, where right now I want to mark that the user knows some kind of post that's marked as, learnable or something. And the way you could do it, this is, really simplistic example, but you can go with it way more extensively. And then you can start querying the data that, hey, show me all the users who liked this specific post. So in SQL, you will need to go to the user, join all the matching likes, and then join in posts to kind of combine and find all those things. So it gets really complicated really quickly. But with graph database, you just have a query with arrows that this goes to that, and find me those. And it's just gonna do it for you. I haven't used graph databases before, so that's one reason why I'm excited about it. Because I would like to learn about it and just simplify some of the things. So moving forward, let's just go to the SurrealQl. We can click on it and just take a peek. We're gonna go through mostly the SQL kind of things because that's something I'm most familiar with and something we can just start with. And I want to evaluate the database, how difficult it is to have the basic relational database features, or systems replicated in this database, because no matter what, that's the most common way of designing things, because often you want things to be somewhat rigid. I personally don't want to just go straight into document database and do a bunch of collecting data and connecting them together on, in the back end. I want a database to do that for me and ensure that my data is correct at all times, because that's the point of a relational database. You can't slip in errors that easily, at least. In this section, you will explore SurrealQl, a powerful database query language that closely resembles traditional SQL but comes with unique differences and improvements. SurrealQl is designed to provide developers with a seamless and intuitive way to interact with SurrealDB. It offers a familiar syntax and supports various statement types, allowing you to perform complex database operations efficiently. While SurrealQl shares similarities with traditional SQL, it introduces enhancements and optimizations that make it well suited for working with SurrealDB's advanced features. Whether you are querying data, modifying records, or managing database structures, SurrealQl provides a comprehensive set of capabilities to meet your needs. So let's see. Key features. Familiar syntax. SurrealQl adopts a syntax similar to traditional SQL, making it easy for developers familiar with SQL to transition to SurrealDB seamlessly. Advanced querying. It supports a wide range of querying capabilities, including filtering, sorting, aggregating, and joining data from multiple tables. Data manipulation. With SurrealQl, you can easily insert, update, and delete records in your Surreal database, allowing you to manage your data effectively. Graph relationships. SurrealQl supports graph relationships, allowing you to define and query relationships between records in your database. They've got schema management, creating and modifying database schemas, allowing you to define the structure of your data and enforce data integrity. And performance optimization. It incorporates optimizations specific to SurrealDB, ensuring efficient execution of queries and minimizing resource usage. That's the thing that I kind of like, because there are several databases that exist out there that, provide extra functionality, but they hyper focus on being like, hey, we are PostgreSQL compatible. So you can, in theory, plug in your ORM or some other existing solution, swap it out, and use the new database. But here we have a query language built specifically for the database. Therefore, it can actually be optimized because we're using existing language for something like Postgres or overall SQL, which is designed specifically with the mindset of only relational databases. You're just gonna there's no room to make those improvements, those optimizations. So I kind of like that, and I don't mind learning some other little language. So getting started, refer to documentation of various statements and their syntax. Okay, we hope it empowers you. And we've got resources and some videos. Sure. So there's this whole concept of demo data. So there are two types of that demo data. We have the Surreal Deal Store. There's a lot in store for you. That's the recommended one. So the whole idea is that you can just download a data set that has all those tables already defined and how they interact. How they're interconnected. And then additionally, you have the other one. The older one, I guess, where it has record links and has graph links and other stuff. But we'll be focusing on learning at our own pace, so we'll do our own data. So before we get to statements, let's just take a peek of what the data model is, what data types we can work with, because that will give us an idea of, okay, we want to model something. What tools do we have available from when it comes to storing data? So SurrealQL allows you to describe data with specific data types. These data types are used to validate data and to generate the appropriate database schema. So we have type, first one, any. So this is strong TypeScript smell. Use this when you explicitly don't want to specify the field's data type. The field will allow any data type supported by SurrealDB. So I guess we can just specify that the field metadata for something could be of type any, and we can just put in whatever we want in there. Could be a string, could be a number, or whatever. Could be anything. So that's the main difference against SQL. This is what document database focuses on. The fact that each, even though you have one table or whatever, the data could be varying a lot. You can also define a field to be an array. An array of items. The array type also allows you to define which types can be stored in the array and the maximum length. So we could define an array that I guess stores anything, a list of anything, or a list of strings, or a list of 10 strings at most. I like the way that we can actually specify that this can't hold more than 10 strings. So that, you know, if we have a bug somewhere in our software and it's gonna try to add so much, we add a limit. Makes sense. Then we have a set of items. The set type also allows you to define which types can be stored in the set and the max length. So just like an array, items are automatically deduplicated. Oh, I really like that, because that means even though normally you would add logic to your backend or front end or whatever to whatever interacts with the database, you're gonna make sure there that nothing's duplicated. But just in case, the database will take care of that for you so that there are no oopsies. That's great. I like that. Then we have boolean, describes whether something is truthy or not. Bytes stores a value in a byte array. So bytes, and we provide a value. Okay. Okay. Weird. But we can just specify something's bytes, so we can just store a byte array. So if you need to hold a thumbnail or maybe some other binary data type, go for it. You can do it. Date time. An ISO 8601 compliant data type that stores a date with time and time zone. Is that really it for date time? If that's the only way to store date time, I'll be very happy, because when you start using some databases, especially if you start looking into, I don't know, Microsoft SQL, you have like 30 million various formats of date time, and unless you know exactly what you're doing, you'll be scratching your heads for 3 years trying to figure out which one to use. And don't get me started when you have one database set up with that one, and then suddenly your production database has slightly different way to encode it or something, and you just start getting headaches. Oh, horrible. So just one is perfect. Just give me the standard one. I'll be happy. Decimal uses a big decimal for storing any real number with arbitrary precision. Okay, perfect. So good for money and other important stuff. Duration, store a value representing a length of time, can be added or subtracted from date times or other durations. Perfect. Float, store a value in a 64-bit float. Integer is a 64-bit integer. Number, store numbers without specifying the type. SurrealDB will detect the type of number and store it using the minimal number of bytes. For numbers passed in as a string, this field will store the number in a big decimal. Okay, so basically hold the number for me and do it efficiently. Cool. And if we want, the very specific one, just send it as a string, and it's gonna, make sure that you're not gonna lose any decimal places. Object. Gosh, this all sounds very JavaScripty, to be honest. Store formatted objects containing values of any supported type with no limit to object depth or nesting. Perfect. So we could basically put in a whole JSON object and probably still have it queryable. Perfect. Option. Makes types optional and guarantees the field to be either empty, as in none, or a number. So we put an option of number. Oh, that's perfect. So we basically specify this is like what modern languages now try to do, where instead of having weird syntaxes for specifying that something can be nullable or not, you just say that it's option and it's non-nullable by default. I like that. String describes a text-like value. Record, store a reference to another record. The value must be a record ID. So, yeah. So we either say record. Oh, that's interesting. So we can say, wait, record string or number. What the heck? This is weird. I would expect this will be record to a table name. And you could specify this or that. So you could specify that it can hold records to either that table or the other table or any table. I don't know what's up with a string and number. That's strange. Go figure. Okay. And then you have a bunch of geometry types if you're dealing with maps and whatnot. Cool. So we can define location on table restaurant, which is geometry point. Okay. Or bytes, where we specify define field image on table product, and type is bytes. I like how readable this is. I can just read it and understand it. And then create foo, which will be the table foo, I guess. Okay, create a record with a bytes field and set a value. So we create on table foo, set the value to be, we take the string bar and turn it into basically byte array. Sure, makes sense. And then we have a little bit more about each one of them, about bools and arrays, casting. In SurrealDB type system, values can be converted to other values efficiently. Okay, it's useful in it if input is specified in a query which must be a certain type, or if a user may have provided a parameter with an incorrect type. Okay, so we basically put a type in between those angle brackets, and we should be fine. That's a new one, UUID. That wasn't in the list. Yeah, and just convert it to whatever it is. Sure, this will be float, and bam. Simple enough. Formatters, futures. What the hell is a future? Sounds more advanced. Futures are values which are only computed when the data is selected and returned to the client. Futures can be stored inside records to enable dynamic values which are always calculated when queried. Oh, so every time we query something, it will be recalculated. Interesting. So, that's fun. Futures depending on other fields. Futures can be used to calculate values which dynamically change based on other fields. This value will be dynamically computed on every access to the record and will use the other field when it is accessed. So we have birthday, which is date time, specific date time, and we have field can drive, which will be calculated every time we get it. Oh, okay. So instead of your code basically checking if, calculating can drive or not, you can just specify it in a database, and every time you're going to query that record, I guess, as when retrieving that specific field, it's going to calculate it for you, so you don't even have to. Interesting. CPN says, based on what I'm seeing, SurrealDB is a backend framework with a DB. Kind of. I would compare it a little bit to something like Supabase or Firebase. but not with that much stuff. You can, just the fact that this is built in your query language already changes a lot, because that's not something you have in those other solutions. And yeah, I can imagine there being a lot of situations where you want to basically, just simple can drive. I mean, this is like, a trivial situation. But features can also dynamically access remote records, perform subqueries, or make use of graph traversal. So, oh wow, so you could define that your, so we have a person with name, an array of friends, which are basically links to other records, to other persons, and adult friends is basically a feature that returns a list, an array of friends where age is larger than 18. Oh, their names. Okay, sure. So another thing that you don't have to do in your backend, and whenever you request this field to be returned, it will recalculate it, and therefore you will always get fresh data. Okay. And your age could be calculated from that too. So I guess you could have the whole loop of things for calculating each other. Interesting. So this is a little bit more like if on the front end you have some kind of framework that has reactive things that recalculate each themselves, like in Vue.js or something, and it's gonna do that for you. That's awesome, because that means you basically declare things and they happen. So it's a little bit more declarative, rather than you having to remember it and often having it within multiple queries or multiple areas in your code to ensure that you always calculate it the same way or something. This way you have it right here. It's already embedded in the data. So no matter where you're going to fetch data, you already have it always correct. As long as you're careful not to put your business logic here, I believe this will be fine. I like it. Okay, so let's just take a peek at our record IDs, because something tells me this will be really important. I'm gonna take a peek at non and null, and maybe record lengths. And then we're gonna go straight to statements. So record IDs. In SurrealDB, document record IDs store both the table name and the record identifier. This allows for a simple and consistent way to reference records across the database. I really like that. Sure, I understand that sometimes maybe there's a benefit that, okay, for this table, IDs are going to be, increasing integers. For another field, maybe you want to have UIDs. Or maybe for something else, we need some other way of specifying an ID. But here, I really like that the whole database basically enforces you have the same way of referencing IDs. Whatever, referencing elements. No weird stuff going on, I think. So table name, so you know where you're reaching to, and record identifier. Record IDs are used to uniquely identify records within a table and are used to query, update, and delete records. Record IDs are made up of two parts, the table name and the record identifier. The table name is separated from the record identifier by a colon character. So we saw that, right? Table, colon, record identifier. The record identifier can be any string of characters and can contain complex characters, numbers, and text. They can also be generated using built-in ID generation functions. Ooh, okay, so I guess you could still have automatically incremented, put them as numbers or something. An example of a record ID can look like this. So types of record IDs. Record IDs can be constructed using a number of different types of values, including text, numbers, objects, and arrays. What? For example, by default, when you create a table, for example, create internet, a random ID is assigned. This differs from a traditional default of auto increment or serial IDs you might be used to. So text record IDs. Without annotation, text record IDs can contain letters, numbers, and underscore characters. So we do create table company, and ID would be, the record identifier will be SurrealDB, right? This is the whole ID. Record ID can contain complex characters surrounded by the tick character. So this is very, again, NIM-like or something, or JavaScript. So if we have backticks, we can put dashes inside. Okay, makes sense. It's just we will always need to refer to it in those backticks. Alternatively, complex characters within record IDs can be surrounded by those very strange brackets. I guess some Unicode characters. Okay. Sure, I guess a little bit more unique than the backtick. Makes sense. If you create a record ID with a number as a string, it will be stored with those weird brackets characters to differentiate it from a number. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. I see. So basically that means that we could have an ID to be an actual number, or if it's surrounded by those, it will be a string version of the number. This gets weird. Why would you do that? Are there benefits to it? Create article set ID is 10. Becomes article 10. I want to try that. So we have a new fresh database here, right? So run query. Yeah, it got created as article with those weird brackets. I can't zoom in more. What if I'm just gonna create another one that has ID literally number 10 without those run? Oh, that worked. I didn't expect that. Okay, so I guess I should go to Explorer. We have table article, and we have those two here. ID 10 and ID 10 brackets. Okay, that's good to know that it can be weird. Numeric record IDs. If a numeric value is specified without any decimal point suffix and is within the range of very small number to very large number, then the value will be parsed, stored, and treated as a 64-bit signed integer. Signed integer. Mithridate says, no, if you use create article set ID equals 005, then it will become article 5. Says it's an integer, whereas with a string, it will retain the 005. Exactly. So, we could do that, create with 005. So we don't have any quotes around it, so this would be a number. And I presume those zeros will be just cut out. So when we run the query, the article 5. If we wanted to preserve those 005s, we would basically need to make it in quotes, but that will make it string. So when we run it, we have those weird quotes around it. What if I'm gonna do select everything from article and we do 005 here as a number instead of 5? We actually give it number. I presume it will figure out that it's just number 5, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Works both ways. Good. Awesome. So what I find interesting is that if we have numeric IDs, they are stored as signed integers, so you can have negative IDs for some reason. Interesting. I mean, these are massive numbers, so in theory, you shouldn't need to go have more, but still, why so many negative IDs? If the numeric number is outside the range of a signed 64-bit integer, it will be treated as a string. Oh, so if we're gonna make it like way too large. Okay. Create temperature, blah, blah, set time, now Celsius, this and that. Is outside the range of a signed, it will be treated as a string. I mean, here it shouldn't be, right? So you could just plop this, run query. Yeah, and it's a number. If we're just gonna make it really large, like absurdly large, okay, it got turned into a string. Okay, I see. That poses some potential problems, but you need to start doing weird stuff to get to the problems, so probably not a big deal. At that point, it's on you. Okay. Now the weird stuff. Object-based record IDs. Complex record IDs support dynamic expressions, allowing parameters and function expressions to be used as values within the IDs. Huh? This is useful in a time series context, or for ensuring locality between specific records in a table. All object keys in SurrealDB are sorted alphabetically. So we can set a new parameter. Let now is time now. I guess this is like a create a variable. And create a record with a complex ID using an object. So we can create table weather and object. I mean, the ID is literally an object where location is London and date is now. And this is an ID. And you can just put the date here. Interesting. So set location London and this and that. So, oh, okay. So we basically have both of those specified here. It's weird that we duplicate data here. Temperature is this. So I want to see that in action. What will look like when we actually deploy it, the ID itself. Wait, this button. Oh, this is a separate query. So now will be every time. Is this a single transaction? I didn't think so. Can I run just that and let it still set? Now look at that. It's not. Okay, so when this whole big query was sent, after that it's the variable is cleared. Okay, sure. So let's just run that one again. So we can see that the date is this, and ID is actually formatted nicely. What the heck? Why would we want to store that data in an ID? I guess it's gonna be explained at some point with time series context. Doesn't mean that we can query the IDs themselves. I have no clue. Array-based record IDs. Similar to object-based record IDs, records in SurrealDB can store arrays of values with no limit to the depth of the arrays. Arrays can store any value and can store different value types within the same array. Retrieving records with record IDs which are object is the same as how it is done with record IDs which are arrays. Yeah, so we create our weather, we have London, comma, date. Okay, why not? Record IDs can be generated with a number of built-in ID generation functions. These allow for record IDs to be generated using cryptographically secure randomly generated identifiers, which are suitable for dispersion across distributed data store. Okay, so basically your backend doesn't have to worry about generating those specific IDs. Sequentially incrementing, as in ULID, record identifiers and UUID version 7 record identifiers. Oh, we got all the way to version 7, the newest one. Perfect. That's good to see. It's not that old wasteful version 4. So generate a random record ID. So for example, something like that, right? Note, equivalent to create temperature rand. Oh, you could literally do it that way. So create temperature, right? Okay. Or you could just do this to get a random. I guess you could run that anywhere, or this is only during IDs, huh? Very interesting. Set time now, all that stuff. Okay. Generate ULID based record ID, for example, this. And ULID should be sequentially incrementing. Yet still will look like that. So we won't get a number. Okay. And UID v7 base, so something of this sort. Okay. I can deal with that. Record ranges and querying complex IDs. Okay, so you can query complex IDs. SurrealDB supports the ability to query a range of records using their record ID. The record ID ranges retrieve records using the natural sorting order of the record IDs. These range queries can be used to query a range of records in a time series context. Oh, so that's what would make sense, that your IDs themselves contain some kind of date times, and therefore you can query them just by IDs to have all that. Okay, so this way you're getting only the ID field, which I guess getting the ID would be the most optimized way, instead of trying to fetch several types of data or relying on how data is represented in different kinds of records. Maybe. I don't know, weird. So select everything from person with ID from 1 to 1000, huh? Okay, so that's for if we have numeric ones. It's like all records for particular location, inclusive. Select everything from temperature from London to none to including London to now. So basically everything. Mithridate says, yeah, more performant than using a where clause. Okay. That's really good to know. Because I haven't seen it so far being mentioned that this is actually, for performance reasons. Interesting. So this is very confusing because I just don't know why there's an example of none right here, other than to show that you can do from none, which is, I guess, from the time before, rather than just show an actual older date, which would make more sense in the example. I select all temperature records with IDs less than a maximum value. Oh, so nothing ... this. It's less than maximum value. Okay, so this is on the right is maximum value. Greater than minimum value, which is the other way around, or between, which is this. While with equals is inclusive. Huh. Very interesting that you can put that query in there. Nested fields inside object-based record IDs can be queried in the same way as a regular SurrealDB record. So we add weather record with this ID, and then another one, and then another one. Okay, we basically add array of records with those complex IDs. And then select id.date as date. Then get the temperature from weather where ID location is London. So in this case, it's, I guess we're still using where. Maybe the whatever executes the query optimizes it a little bit more if it's an ID, or it just doesn't matter. I do not know. It's just a strange concept. I'm still not fully understanding what the actual benefit would be, other than, potential performance. Okay. Record ranges queries can be used for object-based record IDs as well, and this is Yeah, these are those queries that are supposed to be a little bit more optimal. Very strange. And we're still going on here. Field names, valid field names. Similar to record IDs, field names can be constructed from ASCII characters, underscores, and numbers. Okay. To create a field name with complex characters, use backticks. Okay, that's pushing it. Inside, and I mean, I guess it makes sense if you have something that programmatically generates fields in a document that comes from somewhere else. I guess so. Inside an object, non-ASCII field names can simply be set by using a string. Okay, so that's already inside an object. Oh, and you can select just from an object, huh? Automatically generated field names. A field created from an operation will have a field name that represents the operation. So we have select math mean temps, and we don't say as anything. And then we have a list of those and not saying as anything. From temperatures, it just straight up does that. Hey, you get the value back instead of failing. Using as allows these automatically calculated field names to be replaced with custom names. Yep, that's what a normal person would do. Okay, that was a lot of unexpected, to be honest. Let's just take a peek at none and null, because this is one of the points that they come up way too quickly, unfortunately. So SurrealDB uses two types called none and null to represent two different ways in which data may not exist. Undefined and null in JavaScript, maybe. Non-values. Values can be specifically set to none in SurrealDB to remove a field from a record. Ah, okay, so we can, even though we have the field children set, we can set it to none to just remove it. Super handy for a specific record, right? The none keyword can be written in any case. Okay, so it can be lowercase as well. Okay. Null values. Values can be specifically set to null in SurrealDB to denote a field which is set, but which does not have a value. So we can set children to be null. The null keyword can be written in any case as well. So I guess this is what you would use with an option. Maybe. Didn't options say what you use it with? Option. No, you use option with none. Okay. CPN says, can someone tell me difference between null and undefined in JavaScript? The difference is very simple and very complex at the same time. But imagine that undefined basically says that there is no value. Like, it pretends that the field doesn't exist. This is used often if you would have, let's say that this is a JavaScript object, right? JavaScript thing. So let's say that you have we create a variable a, and you said it's an object. So you can say that inside that value a is undefined, okay? And then we can have another one which will be null. Sorry about that. Okay, so the value a basically doesn't exist. You can imagine that it doesn't get created. I'm sure something in the behind the scenes actually creates it, but in many situations you can assume that it's not existing. Well, value b exists and has a value null assigned to it. So let b is value b null. So these two are basically equivalent, because this one doesn't exist. And therefore, if you would make a function do something, and you would specify that A, B, and C, right? You can basically, if I would call it, log all them 3 or whatever. Here, if I'll call it as do something ABC, I don't know, A, let's do B and C, okay? It's gonna print out, ABC. Well, if I'll do something, but let's say skip the C, right? I provided first and second argument. JavaScript will be, this is good enough. I'll still call it. It's all fine. There's no error. It's just gonna return A, B, and undefined because it tries to get the C, but it doesn't exist, okay? If I would do this, we would get this because it doesn't exist. But I can pass null, and it's gonna be null. Whatever. Yeah. That's the weird difference. You can get to edge cases, but if you want to check, the safest way to check, because it's the most often you get into weird quirks of that, is when you need to check for if something is null or undefined. So you don't have to do something if a.value A is undefined and is not null, right? You don't have to do that. Because that's what you would normally do. You do if a.value A just double quotes null, that already checks for both undefined and null. So, a little hint there. Use that as long as you're not doing weird stuff with undefined and null, and you'll be good. So that's a little digression from SurrealDB. So we have something similar here. It's just I'm surprised that option actually accepts none or the value. I would expect null in that case, but I guess there's a reason behind it. So that was it. Let's finally get to do something. And I would like to start with define. Because like I mentioned, I would like to build this. Sorry about it being extra bright. I just don't have it in dark mode right now. Although I could probably just copy paste it, right? Let's see if I can do that. Copy, and we could get Excalibur here. Perfect. Let's get rid of this. This is old. And let's try to paste this. Yes, there we go. Okay, this should be a little bit more eye-friendly. Alrighty. So, I would like to start building those records and figuring out what they hold and how they refer to each other. So, let's start with defining a database, okay? So, the define statement. The define statement can be used to specify instructions to the schema, such as authentication, access, and behavior, global parameters, table configurations, table events, analyzers, and indexes. So this is a really nice thing here, because this is kind of the syntax for it, where you have to write define, and then you do some of those, like either specify a namespace or database or user or token or scope or table or event or field or param or function or an analyzer or index, or put a comment at the end. Oh, we've got a Twitch chat. Thank you for reminding me, CPN. It's just I have YouTube on the left and Twitch on the right. The episode 1, no, the epic unknown. Oh, thank you. The epic unknown says hello, fellow ligature and SurrealDB enjoyer. Oh, thank you for noticing the ligatures. I absolutely love ligatures. And we'll see if I'm gonna enjoy SurrealDB. So far, it's good. So far, so good. But we'll see how it goes. All right. So let's actually take a look at what they're writing here. The unknown. All right. There you go. Welcome to the stream where I'm trying to learn. I know I asked some questions that were a little bit more advanced, but I was just exploring. So yeah, I used SurrealDB a little bit, but I still consider myself as total rookie as I just glanced through the docs. Yeah, the unknown is basically one of the very important people on SurrealDB Discord. Helps out a lot and seems to know a lot about SurrealQl as well. So the info statement can be used to see which definition statements currently exist in a database connection. All define statements can be followed up with a comment. Okay. An example of defining a field on a table followed by an info command for the same table. So we saw that. Define a field name on a table person, which is of type string, and we can just slap a comment at the end and then do info for table person. So let's check that. Where's our... Here. So I could define a field name person. Will define a field work if I don't have the person specified? We got none from the first query, and from the second we got the info about the table. So no events, there's one field, name, and we get the full definition back and some extras. Yeah, because we have the name, which table, type string, comment, and additionally we have permissions full. Okay. No indexes, no live queries, I guess, and no tables. Wait, tables on a table? What the heck? This is strange. Sure. Yep, the same result. An example of defining a user and a table for a database, followed by an info command for the current database. Okay, so we can define user, DB user on a database. Oh, so this is literally just creating an actual user on database. And I guess this is the database you're logged into or something. And then, you know, passer, roles as owner, and define table person schema full. Info for DB. Oh, so this will... Huh. I hope this is safe to run here, because we can look at authentication and there's nothing for the sandbox. So let's see if we're gonna run this. Nothing from both queries, and we've got info for the database. So we have basically nothing here, but we have tables. We have the article, person, temperature, and weather, because we're running some queries already. And there's the person. It's schema full, while all the other ones are schema less. Okay. And the user, DB user, is defined. There's the whole password hash and everything. Oh, that's fun. And an authentication, database user, DB user, there we go. We can edit it with GUI things. That's fun. So this info for DB and info for table, that's going to be really useful. Alrighty. So that's that. So let's look into interesting stuff about those define. We're going to skip things like analyzer. Let's take a peek at the database. How to define a database? You must be authenticated. The define database statement allows you to instantiate a named database. enabling you to specify security and configuration options. Okay? You must be authenticated as root or namespace user before you can use the define database statement. Okay, and you must select the namespace before you can use it. So basically, we need to log in as a user that has enough permissions and be logged into a specific namespace or whatever, have it selected before you can create a database, so that Surreal knows that that's the namespace where we define the database, right? Because they're all like separate little islands that don't interact with each other. So yeah, use namespace abcum, okay, and define database listening. Sure. Can I do that in Sandbox? I don't know how to even check that. When go to Explorer, we're still here. I don't think that works in Sandbox. Yeah, we're just weird edge case. So you can use if not exists, okay, and change feeds. A change feed can be defined on a database, in which case all table events will show up on the change feed without needing to be included in a defined table statement. Show changes, reading since 1. I think this is related to time travel, because change feed like 3 days or something. Or something. I wonder if it's... I think you can basically set on some tables, or in this case the whole database, that hey, retain all the events that happened, like, you know, something got created, something got updated, maybe deleted or whatever, and then with a query you can say, hey, show me all the changes for that specific table since the version, or maybe, I don't know, some kind of a date to maybe catch up or something. Very interesting concept, but too advanced for now. So we can define events, fields. So this is what I'm interested in. Oh wait, maybe table first. There we go. Because I would like to create maybe the user table first. So define table statement. The define table statement allows you to declare your table name, enabling you to apply strict controls to a table's schema by making it schemaful. To create a foreign table view, and set permissions specifying what operations can be performed on the field. Requirements. You must be authenticated as a root or namespace user before you can use the define table. Not a database user to create a table inside a database. You must select your namespace and database. Interesting. Because in my testing, I was authenticated as a database user, and I was able to create, define tables. So that's strange. And in define table, we have a lot going on. So let's just look at a few examples. So below shows you how you can create a table using define table. Just define table and its name, right? Using drop clause. Wow, we're going straight into dropping. The unknown says you got the gist of change feeds. Okay. We've got a basic understanding, and we'll just keep that in mind for when we encounter more of it and maybe learn more about it when we need it. The following example uses the drop portion of the define table statement, marking a table as drop. This allows creating or updating records. So drop tables are useful in combination with events or foreign view tables, as you can compute a record and essentially drop the input. So we have define table reading drop. By marking table as drop, you disallow any records to be created or updated. Records that currently exist in the table will not automatically be deleted. You can still remove them manually. Oh, I see. So this is not like drop table and, in SQL, where it would just remove the table and all the data associated with it. this will basically mark it as, you know what, this table will be dropped at some point. No more writing to it. You can still query it, so, you know, your data is still there. You can still query it, so your application won't just break. It's just you won't be able to write to it. So this is, I guess, good for transitioning and making sure that, you know, we're going to run this migration. Let's just mark it as drop so that we make sure that after our migration or partial migration or whatever, when we switch to the new table or something, we won't be writing to the old one. We'll just prevent the whole database from writing to it. And this way, you don't have a situation where you migrated data and turns out there was some more data and whatnot. I definitely see it as a needed, like, you know, a good feature, definitely. I wouldn't have thought about that. That's also similar. I saw a concept like that somewhere. Yeah, you can define, like, and I believe in nomad clusters, you can define basically some nodes as ones that won't accept more stuff into them, but they still work. Cool. Using a change feed clause, there we go again. The following expression shows how you can define a change feed for a table. After creating, updating, and deleting records in the table, as usual, using show changes for table will show the changes that have taken place during this time. I really like this concept. So we define table reading with change feed of 3 days. We can create a bunch of records. Like create record, create another record, update all the records where we take the story and append exclamation to it. And replay changes to the reading table since the date. So show changes for table reading since blah, 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 which is, you know, basically all of them. Limit to 10. Or replay changes to the reading table beginning at the version stamp, which is, I guess, 1. Sure. Run it. And we've got queries here. So basically query 1 is here, 2, 3, 4. So we want query 5. No version stamp associated to this timestamp exists yet. Okay. I guess something didn't work out here. Time now, was it? And this here looks like a duration. We read that duration can be, we can subtract them from stuff. So maybe this. Run. Nope. Parentheses around something. Still shows error. I guess that isn't supposed to work. Huh. Come on. Think. Okay. There we go. So this one didn't work, but this one worked. So we basically can take a peek at changes. So we've got a change here, a version stamp and change. Define table. Okay, so we defined table. Then another change was to update this record with this name. We update, in this case, again, created another record. And then we updated basically both records in another query. Then define another table and what the heck? And did that again. Oh, because we just did that bunch of times because we rerun the query. Okay. So it had many things. Very interesting. Okay, so I can see that definitely working as, you know, hey, let's catch up with that. And you can, considering this is showing like this is changes, there was an update, tables defined, you can just go over it programmatically and hey, you can have, I don't know, 3 days or probably you can set whatever you want, 1 year or whatever of basically audit logs already in place. That's awesome. Using if not exists, of course, define table does not exist. If the table already exists, it will return an error. Okay. So then we go to the difference between schemaful and schemaless. So this is where we'll start, I guess, learning more interesting stuff. The following example demonstrates the schemaful portion of the defined table statement. When a table is defined as schemaful, the database strictly enforces any schema definitions that are specified using the defined table statement. New fields cannot be added to a schemaful table unless they are defined via the define field statement. So this is something that you would have in, SQL, where you specify that's the schema, these are the fields, and you can't create, magically add another ones by, create object, create. You would need to define an object, as in, in SQL will be alter table to add a new column or something. So we basically create a schemaful table by define table user, which is schemaful. Okay. Define some fields, like define field first name on table user, and last name, email. And we also have assert for the email, which I guess will enforce that the string is email value. Look at that. You can have just validation that something, the email is an actual email straight up in the database. So yeah, no weird rejects in your backend. That's awesome. I saw so many times that there were situations where, you have multiple systems accessing the same database, and your team is working really hard to make sure that that is valid. And then somewhere in some other team, for some reason in their application, they forgot to verify emails or did something, and suddenly you have weird data coming in, like, addresses are formatted in the wrong way, or, email addresses are invalid or use different validation schemas or whatever. So if you can define it here, and it's not strictly business logic, like, check if it's an email, go for it. And define an index, user email index on table user. Make it unique so that all the emails are unique. Oh, that's awesome. So basically you can add a user with all required fields to an undefined one. Okay, so we can basically create user, content, first name. So let's do that. Let's copy this code, and we're gonna run one by one. What I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna click this button to reset the sandbox environment. Okay, that means that we have no more explore databases, no more extra users. We just start from scratch. So let's define the table, right? Run that. So in Explorer, we have table user. Can I right click or do something with it? Designer, user. Ah, there we go. There's our table user, and there's enforce schema. There we go. Oh, and look at that. Drop writes to this table. So that's a drop keyword that we just read about. That's fun. The unknown says, developer experience is one of the key reasons why I really like SurrealDB. These small details and convenient features. Yeah, that's what I'm liking so far. Because whatever I'll be doing, at least using SurrealDB for now at least, it's not like this needs to be the most performant application on earth. I just want something that works, and I want features that make this, not painful to use. I don't want to spend 3 hours designing joins. I just want to do it and have it run. I want emails to be verified without worrying about it too much and move on forward. Okay, so we defined the table schemaful, and we can just run those to define those indexes and stuff. Run. There we go. So we go to Explorer, still have nothing. Designer. Oh, look at that. We have email, first name, last name. What about the email? Permissions, change feeds, fields. Got email. And it says it's string, the field assertion, and everything. I really like that, you know, you can look at that. Or we could probably just do, what was it? Info for table user. Run it. Yeah, and we have basically the same information. We have the fields, and as the assert is right here, and the indexes are right here as well. Okay, that's convenient. You can just copy this to make some changes. Okay, so now we could basically create a user with first name, last name, email. That's correct. And photo URI. We didn't define photo URI. With all required fields and an undefined one. So let's run that. Bam. Look at that. We have the data. It created an error, but we don't have photo URI. And if we query the users, refresh, yeah, there's no photo URI. It just got cut off. I guess because we didn't define the field. Statement will not fail, but it's right here. It will not fail, but photo URI will be ignored as it is not a defined field. Okay, so what if I'm just gonna lose last name? Something that's defined as a string. Run it. I redefined the whole thing. Look at that. Found none for field last name. With record this, but expected a string. So this is what basically it means. It's a string, so it needs a value. Therefore, it basically errored here. Yet it proceeded to the next query, where it showed that we still have the old user. Okay, so let's just undo it. We have this one. Let's do AAA, BBB, and we're just gonna make it not an email address, like by removing .com, right? So this should fail now as well. Run. And oh, that worked. Doesn't mean that you can actually have emails that don't have dot something. Okay, I am confused. Oh, I run everything again. I mean, here it says that it's not an email. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's possible to, because I think I heard something about basically having a domains without the specifier, like .com or something. Maybe that's a new thing coming in and SurrealDB is already prepped for it. Although it's very non-standard, I'd say. I don't know. I've never seen an email like that. So that's basically that. So we know that basically cuts off extras and is unhappy if we didn't provide something that was required. Okay. Schemaless tables. The following example demonstrates the schemaless portion of the defined table statement. This allows you to explicitly state that a specified table has no schema. So create schemaless user table, but you can still define the fields with the same email and index and everything. So we can add a user with all required fields and undefined ones. So we do the same thing with photo URI, and the statement will succeed because user has a schemaless table. Ah, well, if it has invalid email, it will be unhappy. So let's copy that as well because I want to try one more edge case. Where'd it go? So let's reset the database again. So we start from scratch. And let's run this first. Okay. In the designer, we see that we have table user and there's no enforced schema selected. Okay. and all the fields were defined. So here we have create user, set first name, last name, email, and photo URI. Okay. So previously with schema full, the photo URI was cut off. Now it's here. And this is another user that just has the email wrong, right? But still has the additional photo URI. So we run this guy, the email is wrong. But what if we're gonna just skip something like the last name? So still none. So basically all those are enforced, even though it's schemaless. If we explicitly define that we want a field last name, which is of type string and not option string, those fields will be still enforced, but the only thing that schemaless changes is basically the fact that we can add additional fields that weren't defined however we want. So there's nothing stopping me from just doing, you know what, I'm gonna do this and just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, and maybe copy this whole thing. I mean, we just need a bunch of commas, right? I like that the editor is like, you know, it's probably the VS Code embedded because I can use the shortcuts. Gosh, that's lots of talking that I'm doing today. So we could define it like this and probably go even crazier and add fo is an object that has all those inside. Is that possible? Just indent it nicely. And can I just select this and run it? Not really. Run again. Oops, not the whole thing. What's up with the comma? Why doesn't it like the comma suddenly? Oh, probably doesn't like the one here. Okay, I don't know how to specify the nested stuff. We'll get to that at some point, I'm sure. But I'll just run this. Ow. Haha. Look at those requirements going. Index preventing me from doing stuff. Okay, so we can basically create object with a bunch of additional fields. CPN says, drink water. I will in a second. So sure. Okay, so schema lets us add additional stuff on top of what we defined. Convenient. All right, so next is pre-computed table views. I don't think we need to worry about those too much. But it looks like we can basically define a table, the name of the table as, and put a select query. So we'll just, I guess, will be updated every time. You know, like a, isn't it called a view table or something? In SQL or something? Sure. Permissions. Personally, I know that I don't want to get into permissions right now. I would like to leave it at something else at some point, because I'll assume that whatever we're doing right now will be accessed only from the backend. We're not doing the front end stuff yet. I know this just kind of don't like this approach for now. And table with specialized type clause. So this is something somewhat important, I believe. With type any, both relations and normal data can be stored on a table. Due to SurrealDB's schemaless nature, it is the default option if no type clause is specified. So you can define table person type any. So this is the same as we would define normally. With the type normal, You can specify a table to only store normal records and not relations. So I would understand it to be that we will be basically specifying what we were doing so far, and we just can't store relations in there. It's just interesting concept of storing relation with the same name as records, huh? And then with type relation, we just specify that only relation links can be stored, or like any kind of, or relation links from one table to another table. Okay. Sure, I can see that going. Okay. Let's not focus on that. So we've learned about defining tables. So let's define a few tables. And let's think about it. So if I want to achieve this thing, I want the user, I think for now we'll focus on schema full. Because I would like to restrict data to only what I want. I believe we can switch it to schema less at some point if we need to, but for now let's keep things locked down. So I would like to define user, comment, post, series and topic. So let me just explain what's going on here, what I would like to start building. In the meantime, Mithridates says there's a relate keyword to create relations. If you make a table type normal, then relate won't work on it. For example, relate person 1 via wrote relation to blog 1. And I presume that the wrote, the name of the relationship, is the table that cannot be the one that's defined as normal. That's what I would assume. Like the name of the relationship is the table. And yeah, I will definitely want to get to relationships, and relations will be the knows and likes in my initial plan. It's just I would like to build the basic stuff first. So Mithridates says, yep, that will make a table called wrote, some random ID, that connects the two records. Exactly. I think I saw those somewhere referred as edge tables, but I can't see that in the documentation right now. So who knows? So the plan is that, I have a blog that I don't write much on, xconti.tech, right? It's a simple thing. The last thing I wrote is about mermaid diagrams and whatnot. And the current thing is that down here, I basically have, hey, be the first one to comment on dev.to, and you can click, and here I have dev.to where you can go and leave the comment. But I would really, really, really like to have ability to write comments straight inside my blog. Nobody's ever gonna write a single comment, but for some reason I want that feature because, I don't know, it's a fun thing to add. And also I would like for somebody to be able to like the post and like other people's comments. And on top of that, I want people to comment on other comments. Another common thing to do. What I did so far is that I added the fact that you can just click to log in or whatever. So I have the account creation process done. That's working. But what I would like to do now is basically define the database that would hold all that data and allow me to query it. So the idea is that I would have basically a concept of a user. And SPN says it's time for me to go now. See you guys later. See you too. By the way, there will be no stream on Friday as I'm taking a little vacation for the long weekend. So next stream will be Monday. Just in case you want to join it. And take care. Have a great weekend. So the idea is that we have a user, and I don't even know what fields on that would be. Initially, we can just define that there's just a table user that just has an ID. Thank you. I'll try to enjoy it. I'll visit the Charleston, North Carolina, or South Carolina. Yeah, Charleston. We'll see. It's gonna be raining a lot, but it's gonna be fun. At least not a full sun. So yeah, we have a user, and we'll just be referring to it to identify some kind of user. Then there will be, of course, posts, and blog post has to have posts, and basically an author could be a user. In this case, me, for example. Also, on top of that, I would like to have something like a comment. And comment basically can be written by a user. So there's, the user, or let's call it author for the comment as well. And comment will also point to a post that is attached to, and optionally have a parent, as in what's the parent of the comment, because you should have a comment and click on under it reply, and this will parent the comment. This way we can make a nice modern comment system. So that's basically the idea. And then later on top of that, I would like to be able to specify something called series, which can have a list of posts, like a multiple posts in a series, and a concept of topic, which is a little bit like a tag, but not really. In this case, let's say a topic is SurrealDB. And this whole idea of topic is so that the post, I would like to have a special type of a post that's like kind of a little knowledge bit, so that I can specify for that knowledge bit what other knowledge bits are required for you to be able to actually understand it, and start building like a graph of little tiny articles of knowledge, which user then can mark that they know it and unlock other bits of knowledge to learn or whatever. We'll get to that later. For now, let's just focus on user, post, and comment, and define those tables. So let's see. The way I want to do it is I just want to go here to VS Code, and let's make schema.s what was it? surrealql, as for surrealql. By the way, I went to extensions, and there's an extension, surrealql. It's an official extension, and that will allow you to actually have the file surrealql with proper syntax highlighting. So yeah, we'll see if that works. So I'm gonna put it side by side with the documentation. Here, so that we can get to it. So basically, we'll have the same thing here nearly. Define table, we'll have user, but we'll make it schema full. Okay. Then we'll have the define. This doesn't make any sense. Define table, and we had a post, also schema full, and at the end we'll have a comment. All right. So if what I'm going to do, I'll be saving this, and here I'm gonna put this aside as well. I'm gonna start another new sandbox to start from scratch, and we can just start executing stuff here. Can I like, okay, this is not the most optimal layout. So I can basically run this, okay, and suddenly in Explorer we have all three tables. They don't have anything defined on them yet, no fields, but that's why we're gonna read through documentation about fields now to figure out how to add those. So sure, there we go. Let's go to the docs. We went through the define table, so let's look at the define field. And the define field statement allows you to instantiate a named field on a table. enabling you to set fields data type, set a default value, apply assertions to protect data consistency, and set permissions specifying what operations can be performed on the field. Awesome. Requirements are the same as always. The syntax, we have stuff to basically do here, like, if Nux exists, flexible, can specify type, default, read-only, value, assert, permissions, and again, the comment at the end. Okay. So the example usage will be to define field email on table user. Okay. Defining data types. The define field statement allows you to set the data type of a field. For a full list of supported data types, see, data types. T on YouTube says, you can know how to open this project. I want to use my computer class. How to start a project? I can link you to the documentation page I'm on now. That's first thing. The other thing is that this little project here, for now it's empty, but it basically is a link to this GitHub repository. After the stream, I'm gonna commit it, or I can actually do it right now. So let's just do define first tables. Okay, there we go, pushed. So you should have that. And this tool that I'm using is the surrealist. So you can just basically download it from surrealdb.com, and you can click at sandbox, and then it will create a database for you, like a temporary one. So that's that. I hope this answers your question. Getting back to the documentation. So to define the data types, email, string, datetime bool, or number. So right now on the user, I don't want to define anything, but on the post, I would like to define few fields. I would like to do define field, and let's do field like, what will be name, right? On post and type string. Other than that, we'll have description, just basics. What else would we have? I don't even know. I guess it doesn't matter too much right now. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just have a name of the thing, and maybe slug, right? Because that's something post related. And that should be it. And just for fun, I would like to have field tags on post and type. And I recall that we could do array of strings, right? I would definitely like that. And for the comment itself, this is where it's more important. We want to have author and type. Isn't this something like record user? I believe this should work. The same thing I would like to have here. That there's an author of the post and there's an author of the comment. And therefore we'll have also post. That's basically we're linking to the post itself. And the last one will be the content. Text. And that'll be a string. I mean, the other thing will be created at, and that'll be type datetime. For now, let's assume there's no concept of editing, like making edits to the to the comments and you write it. No edits. That's overcomplication right now. That's a feature for future. So let's see if I can run it. I believe if we run this, define again, it shouldn't be a problem, I assume. So we run it, everything succeeded. If we go to Explorer, we've got post. Where did that come from? What did AI do to me? There we go. P-O-S-T. And that means I have things screwed up now. Run query. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. So let's look. We have the user that has nothing. We have the lowercase post where we have name, slug, and then we have, oh, look at that, tags, which is an array. And then it created another tags as in whatever elements of an array, which is a string. Does it mean that I could make a tags and first element, first index to be that type, second index to be the other type? Possibly. Interesting. And then we have the author, and now we should be able to also delete the post, the alt post one, right? So was it remove table post? Yep, that's it. Done. Okay, that was simple. Alrighty. So then we have a concept of flexible data types. Flexible types allow you to have schema-less functionality on a schema-full table. Of course, because why not? This is necessary for working with nested object types, which by nature do not have defined fields. So basically, we could define field metadata on table user, and we mark it as flexible type object. So we could basically create user name and metadata and put a bunch of stuff in there, right? And look at that. If we create an object, instantly we switch from equal signs to colons, to like a JavaScript style. Interesting. So without flexible, the database will recognize that an object has been inserted, right? That we pass an object, but has no way of knowing whether the fields inside conform to the strict schema. As a result, metadata will show up as an empty object, okay, because none of those were approved. Note the difference between this and the name field. The create statement will simply error if a string for name is not provided, while metadata will not error because some object has been passed in. Oh, I see. So I wonder if we could just specify that there's metadata.country code or something. Let's try to do that quickly. So that's an interesting concept. So let's just say that we have table, not user, let's make it temp user, okay? And we have the name and metadata, but let's not make the metadata flexible, right? We'll just make it normal object. So we can run it and it's fine. We go to the designer, you can see that we have temp user that has metadata and name. So now if we're gonna try to grab that insert statement, it did that and it didn't give it a name. Oops. Temp user. There we go. Run. Okay. See, metadata is empty. So what if I'm gonna make something like define field metadata dot, what were we trying to insert? Say age on table temp user. Type is number. Will that work? that worked. So that means that if I'm gonna undo it a million times, oh, it won't work. Just need to copy this guy again. Test user, or no, temp user. And now it should probably insert an object with age in it and nothing else. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. So it basically will pass in only the approved fields that are actually defined, like subfields. That's a good feature to know about. Okay. Sure. Let's keep reading, although I would like to delete the temp user, and I believe I created a user by accident. Here. Can I just delete it? Okay, let's just delete it this way, and the same thing with this here, this temp user remove. Okay, for some reason I really like user interfaces for databases because I don't know SQL. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is basically what happened. With flexible, the output will be as expected, as the schema now flexibly allows any sort of object to be a field on the user table, even though it's a schema full table. So next we have the array type. You can also set a field to have an array data type. The array data type can be used to store a list of values. You can also set the data type of the array's contents. So we can define a field roles on table user, and we have, yeah, we used that already. Define table roles dot star on a table type string. Okay, so a respective subfield for the array field will automatically be defined, right? If there are any existing definitions, clauses like value and assert will automatically be merged. So if we would specify this, the subfield will automatically be defined with the any data type. So I guess if we would just do this, that means that the post.star, or here it's displayed differently, I believe, like in those square brackets. In this case, it should be any. Okay. And then making the field optional, you can make a field optional by wrapping the inner type in an option, which allows you to store none values in the field. Do we have anything that could use that? Yes, we do. Because we want to have the define field parent. And that should be record comment, but we want it to be option. As in, you know, we want an option of just leaving a comment on the post. It doesn't have to have a parent comment. So that should be left empty if necessary. And the NL says that just like we have the array string here, in theory we could define field tags dot star on post type, and that specified as a string, or we could define it this way as well. They're both equal. Twitch removed the dot star from my previous message. Sorry about that. That's the Twitch. I wonder if the overlay shows it. The previous one doesn't show it either. Okay. Yep. Awesome. So yeah, this and that are basically equivalent. Good to know. And I guess this is to allow both because they both make sense. Or if you're lazy, you just do string. Cool. Although I think when you have them separate, you could figure out the asserts and other little specified, add-ons that we'll be reading about a little bit more specifically. So it's good to know that that's definable. And it's not like required to shove everything into one definition. It could be, done separately. I just really wonder if it's possible to do like define field tags 0 to be a string, and then we have 1 to be, for example, a number. But then how do you define that the rest could be anything? Something to play with, but I don't think I'll be doing that now, because that seems like a little bit of a stretch. So we know how to make the field optional. So the example below shows how to define a field user on a post table. The field is of type record. This means that the field can store a record user of none. That's exactly what we did. So that's awesome. We're one step ahead. Then we have setting a default value. You can set a default value for a field using the default clause. The default value will be used if no value is provided for the field. Okay, so I guess when we create the field, or whatever, when we create a record. So define field locked on table user type bool default false. So let's see if we have room for defaults here. And no defaults for author, for name, nor slug, tags. How do I make an empty array? Default this? I think so. At least I tried that. Because, normally we define this by adding, like, hi, hello, or something. At least I recall an example, so that should be it. And then author, post, parent, and again, here, the parent, default. I can't spell today. Default none, okay? So by default, if we don't specify parent, just assign it there. Text we have to, and for date time, I 100% want default. Now we'll time double colon now. So this way, the created ad will create itself, and we don't have to specify it. Normally, you wouldn't even want it to be specifiable, but I'll just leave it there for now. Cool. So we've got the default values. Let's just run this whole thing to... Wait. Oh, okay. So let's run this whole thing just to make sure that things are working properly. Run the query. And we've got no errors. The designer, we already see that we have all this stuff. Things like created at. We see that the default value is here. So it all shows up nicely. And Mithridate says, oh, found a way to do what you wanted. Define field stuff on user type array. Assert type is string. Value 0. Oh, okay. So that's basically asserts we can... So we can basically have functions like type is string to verify that the value is of string. Very interesting. Yeah, that's what I like so far about the database. You can kind of use those various features and it just kind of all works nicely. And also the unknown says I actually tested your method as well. And to my surprise, it works. So that means that let's just try to add one more thing. Let's do, again, define table. Let's just make it test. And we'll make it that we want field list. Okay. It'll be an array. With default nothing. So define field list 0 will be a string, while 1 will be a number. Let's just grab it and try to put it in here. Okay, no problems. In a designer, we have actually those. Oh, look at that. So it shows that the rest of elements can be any. Oh, that's so cool. So basically we can do create test set, and we just do list. I mean, I should be able to do run. I don't know how to set without anything, but list is hello, and the number won't be 1, 2, 3, and let's just start that, right? That worked. What if I'm gonna make it into Wololo or something? Ha! It needs to be a number. That is... Gosh, I actually start seeing features, like uses for that, because suddenly we can use arrays as tuples. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then I could add another 1, 2, 3, right? Or I could make it, I know, a string, or something, or who knows what else. I believe you can do, I don't know, another array that has high. It's possible as long as those 2 first ones are fine. And doesn't mean that I can do define field list 10 to be string. Can I still do that? Wait, what am I trying to do? Sure. Yeah. Therefore, if I run another that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it doesn't require it. 7. Right. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I make it here. Ah, see? It needs to be a string. Hi. Oh, run query again? Nope. Hi. Okay, I miscalculated, but yeah. There you go. So now we know that if you can have less elements, and if they are missing, it will still be fine. You don't have to make them optional. But by the way, can you make them optional? Can an array have a none in the middle? Option. String. We just update this, right? Accepts it. I run it. It's fine. None. You can put none here. It will accept it, and that's how you can insert wrong value as a wrong index. Because now, if I'm gonna do the select list 10 from this specific ID as value, what's wrong? Failed to, oh, okay, sure. Can I just do this? See? So, unless this is a oh my god. Okay, so we specify that the element number 10 needs to be a string. And because we set it as this one as none, it kind of skipped it, and the next one was string. But what if the next one isn't string? Will that still work? No. So basically, it skipped this over before even tried it to send it. Before it tried to set it, so this got transformed automatically into this. So there is no way to hold a value none inside an array. Okay, makes sense. Another weird stuff. But I'll file it somewhere in the back of my head to remember in the future that there was this weird thing with arrays, and it'll be easier to figure it out next time. Okay, so we've got the default, and default inherited from value. And I'm glad you learned something, the unknown. We all learned something today. Cool. If the value clause contains a static query, meaning not depending on any variables, and in case no default clause is specified, then the value clause will be used as the default clause. So we have a value of being time now, and that will become a default. So this should come in earlier, in my opinion. But I guess it's referring to default. So you can alter a past value using the value clause. This is useful for altering the value of a field before it is stored in the database. In the example below, the value clause is used to ensure that the email address is always stored in lowercase characters by using the string lowercase function. So ensure that the email address is always stored lowercase character. So we basically have define field, email, on table, user, type string. And we have this. Okay, so I immediately have questions, but first, so I really like that because we can basically modify the value that was passed to the database just to ensure that we're storing it correctly. Like, making sure that it's lowercase or maybe a bunch of other things. Okay? I'm sure there are a million reasons for that. As far as I know, you can define your own functions, and you can probably define some in JavaScript or something. So in theory, you could probably make something that straight up enters an address and formats it correctly or whatever and stores it in a perfect, proper way in the database, even though it was submitted in a weird, funky ways. This way you can have some of the specifically data-oriented things in the way how you store data defined in your database, and make, again, database ensure that it's stored in the way that it wants it to be stored without worrying that you need to implement the same way to submit the data on, 3 different apps or backends that are written in 3 different languages, because maybe the backend for your website is in Node.js, while some kind of management backend is in .NET, and your Android app is connecting directly and it uses Java or Kotlin or something. This way, you some parts of the logic you wouldn't need to recreate on all 3. Cool. And this connects directly to asserting rules on fields. You can take your field definitions even further by using asserts. Asserts can be used to ensure that your data remains consistent. For example, you can use asserts to ensure that a field is always a valid email address, or that a number is always positive. Okay, so we define a field, email, on table user, type string, and we can add the assert that string is email and the value. So now, this suggests already something, but I want to test it. So let's do it here. We have our test, right? So maybe not that. Let's do, instead of just define field, let's do define table. Let's do it person. Okay. Schema full. Okay. On table person, we'll put an email. Okay. And we type string. So that's fine. And we assert that it's email. But what if we're gonna also add value? And what we're gonna do here is, let's look how this was. String lowercase value, okay? So again, we use the $sign value. So what if I'm gonna make value plus at gmail.com? What order is it going to happen? Will it first get translated by this, or will it first get asserted? So let's run this query. We have our table defined with that field. And now let's try to do something, okay? So create person and set email to be hi there at example.com. Okay, this is a valid email, so that should work. Should work. Send. Found hi there at example.com at gmail.com. So now we know that the value executes first, and then we assert it. Okay? So if we would just send hi there, even though it's not an email, it's fine because it just added Gmail at the end. And then we've validated that it's the thing. Okay, that's good to know. Value is executed before assert. And that makes 100% sense, because that means we can adjust it and then verify it. Cool. Sure. So what else? We can probably look at our data and see if we can actually specify any assertions or values. So let's see. User has no fields. Author just needs to be there. Name, slug, tags, nothing special here. With comment, post, parent, text, and created at. I don't think we need any asserts here as well. We're not asserting any specific restrictions anywhere, right? Yeah. I guess we don't have anything to add yet, at least. I mean, I'll skip the record ideas. All right. So let's continue. Making field read-only. The read-only clause can be used to prevent any updates to a field. This is useful for fields that are automatically updated by the system. To make field read-only, add the read-only clause to the define field statement, as seen in an example below. The created field is set to read-only. So that's exactly what we can use. So created at on comment type date time. Instead of default, we can just do value and make it read-only, because we don't want anything to change it. Can you post links? The unknown. Is there a setting for that? Let me see, because I have no idea how to use Twitch. Timeout, warn. Manage suspicious user. What the heck? I know you can try to send a link. I know that works. To be honest, I have no idea how to do it. I'll search. How can I make somebody allow? Can I allow Twitch user to post links on my stream? Ooh, AI overview. Ho ho ho. Owners and moderators post in their channel chat, including links. Moderation menu from the main menu. Holy macaroni. I can't see any links for now. How the hell does that work? This might be advanced, but you can use *** to automatically create a slug from the post name. Huh. Actually, the slugs would come from the, in my case, it's Astro. Let me see if I can. Where the hell are settings? Show moderation actions, icons. I don't want to turn on shield mode. I don't know. I'll need to figure out how to do it. Yeah. Moderation for a Twitch channel. Block hyperlinks. Enabling this will block links being posted by your channel. But can I specify for a specific user? Because Twitch seems to be fine with that. Define field slug on post. Type string value, string slug name. Oh, it actually has a slug thing? That's crazy. I think it was somewhere here. Functions, database functions, string. String slug converts a string into human and URL friendly string. Look at that. So we'll turn this into that. Oh, that's actually awesome. That's 100% awesome. But yeah, in my case, I want the ability to have slugs different from, what do you call them? From names. Although I can imagine that being as a default. That's a very cool idea. So in theory, I could make it that there's a default, and default will be string slug name, right? That would be the case. But in my case, I just wanted to error out if I don't provide a slug. So that's that. Although, let's just put it here for now, okay? For testing purposes again. And I still don't know how to enable that thing on the Twitch chat links. I'm sorry about that. What is this button? Mod. Oh. There you go. You're a mod. Why not? Go for it. Your status on SurrealDB your status on SurrealDB Discord grants you trust here. Hopefully you won't be banning everyone. Alrighty. What on earth was I doing? Okay, so we've got the read-only. I'm very happy about that. That's a That's like a nice way to do it. Using if not exist clause, setting permissions on fields. Let's skip that part. An array with allowed values. By using an access control list with an example. Okay. This is basically, I recall perusing through that, but basically one could define that, you could assert that an array has specific length, at least one, and that the values inside of it, basically all the values inside of it need to be only within those limits. So this way you won't be able to create any other values inside. But again, I'm not doing that right now. And I presume that could be actually another subquery, which would be awesome. Yeah. And regex to validate strings. Not touching that. It's good to know it's there. Hey, we've got a schema. So let's maybe fill it out a little bit. The NL says, I am honored, good sir. Well, this is a very, 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 very small channel, so I am honored to have a mod. Okay, there we go. So let's update our definitions, right? We have everything here. We have the default values. The time should be read-only, so let's run it. We've got no errors. In our Explorer, we can see we have user. We can delete the person because we don't care about that anymore. And we can delete test. Bam. So we've got those three. So maybe we'll just create quickly some values here. Just to have some kind of data. And I'm gonna create it as a separate file. Let's make it data surrealql, and we'll just define it here. So what could I do? I could probably just go ahead and open up another project where I can just quickly copy paste three values. So we have somewhat legitimate data. Let me just find the actual proper directory. Okay, there we go. So from here, I can basically go through a few posts. And let's do that. Although first I need a user, right? Because schema says that post needs to have an author. So let's create a user. Create user. And in this case, I want to ID. Oh, let's actually do that. User could have a name to at least display it, right? Field name. It's a string. It's required. So we'll just add that here. Bam. There we go. It's so simple. So user, and we'll just make it xconti so that it's easy to do. Name xconti. Sure. Wait, what am I doing? Equals this. Okay. So this could be actually a single line statement. And let's just make sure that it works. We run it and it works. So that means that we can basically create post. And I'm not gonna give it a specific ID. I don't care about that. So now for the post, what do we need for the post? Author, name, slug, and tags. So author, and that will be the user ex Conti. So this is our link to an existing record. Next, we need the, I already forgot, name slug tags. Name. Then we'll have slug and tags. So let's just copy this a few times. Let's actually do it like this. Bam, 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 bam. And we can basically look at the existing ones. So we'll go all the way back. So we'll have title here, slug, and tags, which in this case look like this. Sure, let's just do it this way, and we can straight up replace those with commas. Oh, not that easy, sorry. There we go. Sure. Okay. And that should be it. That should be the first post. Let's just make sure that it actually is possible to add it. There we go. Add it. Oh, this is fun. We've got a user, and we've got a first post. All the data here. Awesome. So let me just grab maybe a few more posts to just quickly put it in here. Mithridates says something for later you might like. If you have surrealist installed locally, you can click on the .surrealql file to open it. Awesome. And the author is missing post. Post is missing the author. Oh. Look at that. Why though? That's the question. What's the definition? Record user. Oh, look at that. I have on comment instead of post. Thank you for catching that. So we can basically run this, and in this case, I think it was update post and set author to be this thing, right? This is a very bad query because I would have updated all of them. Oof, it's good that we have only one. That's why I don't like working with databases. It's so easy to mess up. But okay, this works. Let's just revert it back to normal. And let's hope I'm gonna survive it. Okay, so we've got this guy. So let's just quickly get through the rest so that I'm done with that boring part. Another one will be just, oh gosh, hub hazard. Such a bad thing that I started doing. Real junky. Okay. Okay, we've got this. Does formatting work? No. We don't have formatting for that yet. We've got that post and bam, bam. And these are exactly the same. We've got this guy that was updated. I will be nearly done with all the posts. Okay. Okay, and maybe 2 more. Let's just do... Actually, we're gonna do all 3 that are left, because that's not a lot, and we'll have all the data that I need. Bam. Bam. And tags. The GPT actions. Now Claude is much better. Bum, 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 bum. Seems like exactly the same. Tags. And the last post. And we'll be done with that tedious part. Sorry about that. It's always taking longer than one expects to copy a few lines of text. Okay. Good. Still quicker than explaining AI what I want. All right. So we've got this. Let's just add those last ones. And we can just paste this here, run the query. And looks like we have the author everywhere. Awesome. And it looks pretty here. So that's cool. 7 rows. And the last thing is to probably just make some comments. So we could basically go down here and do something like that's how we create comments. So comments. So let's just do, wait, not here. Here. So we'll just do users, posts, and last one will be comments. Let's just make 2 comments or something. So create comment set, and I guess I'll be the author for now. For the comment, we need the author post. So the post will be and this is where trouble begins. Because I decided to not give those posts any specific IDs, they will be generated randomly whenever we run the thing. So that means that our slug could be used as the unique ID. So I could basically make it that, let's say I want this post. So for that post, I can do select ID from post where slug is this, right? In theory, that should work. We'll see if that theory works. And we will also quickly make sure that it actually is always unique, because when we run that, I know that in select we also have limit 1. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe not. We'll see that in action in a second, because I wonder, I mean, we can just run that, right? On its own as a separate query. Select ID from post, where slug is this, and limit 1. And what I return is an array of those. So I'm gonna cheat here a little bit. And what I would do is from value. When we run this, no. Value from? It wasn't a keyword value probably. Let's take a peek at the documentation, because I really like that little feature. So besides all those fancy things, because we went through everything in the define, so we can look at select, and we have a lot of knowledge here. Okay. Of course, not this one. This page contents are here. So we can do, you know, I don't think it'll be the stream, because I'll be probably ending in 15 minutes or something. But there was one thing here. Only. That's it. If you are selecting just one single resource, it's possible to use the only clause to filter that result from an array. So we can do from only. If you're selecting from a resource where it is possible that multiple resources are returned, it is required to limit the result to just one. This is needed because the query would otherwise not be deterministic. So the way it works, I can show you here. So if I'm just gonna run this, okay, without the limit 1, we just get that list, okay? Let's assume that this is always unique. There's no other post with the same slug. If we're gonna do from only, this should get rid of this array that it's returning and just return the object itself. Okay? So if I'm gonna run that, really? I guess we need to add limit 1. Oh, I guess it checks if it's possible or if it's not. Okay, so now we just return that. Therefore, in here, when we set the post, if we had it like this, without the only, it will actually put the post will be an array. While if we are going to do from only post, then it's actually gonna give us the object itself, post, from which we can extract the ID, I think. So let's see if this whole thing will work. Although I wonder if we actually have to do something extra. If I need to do select value ID, because that's another thing. If we'll do value, it should actually not return it as an object, it just should return a value. There we go. That's how you unwrap all the wrappers and arrays. You need to do value, only, and limit 1. A bit much, but it's possible. So before we continue with this comment, I would like to ensure that this is unique. So if we go to our schema for comments, for posts, what I would like to do is basically look at the docs, and in the define, let's just make it full screen. In the define, we can also define something called index. So just like in other databases, SurrealDB uses indexes to help optimize query performance. An index can consist of one or more fields in a table and can enforce a uniqueness constraint. If you don't intend for your index to have a uniqueness constraint, then the fields you select for your index should have high degree of cardinality, meaning that there is a high amount of diversity between the data in the index table records. So basically what we want to do here is to set up a unique index. SurrealDB offers a range of indexing capabilities designed to optimize data retrieval and search efficiency. So a unique index ensures each value in the index is unique. A unique index helps enforce uniqueness across records by preventing duplicate entries in fields such as user IDs, email addresses, and other unique identifiers. Let's create a unique index for the email address field on a user table. So we define index, we give it a name like user email index, on table user columns, interesting columns, email unique. It's just very interesting that it uses the word columns rather than something else. While here it shows that we could use either fields or columns. So I'm gonna try to run over fields because that's more of a lingo. These columns might be coming from some older version or something before all the naming was established. Oh, hello Taras. Welcome to kind of an end of the stream. How are you doing today? So we could define index and we'll call it post slug index, okay? And that's how we could also search for them, so it will actually be very useful. On table, post column slug, and it needs to be unique. We don't care about if the name is unique. I don't care about that. Let's just make sure that the the slug is unique. So we can just copy it. We're gonna plop it here around just that one. Taras says, doing good. Are you using Windows? Yes, I am. I was always using Windows. Run selection. And I actually have a reason to use Windows. A, I like the game. B, I run some virtual machines in Hyper-V, which automatically start up and run in the background. And this way I can have, optimal VMs while using this system as my normal daily driver. If I would switch to Linux, I'm avoiding restarts of the system as much as I can. So I'm stuck with Windows, even though for some tools I would definitely prefer pure Linux. All right, so we created the index, right? When we go to Explorer and we go to, Designer, to Post, and do we have indexes? Yes, we have the index on the field slug and it's unique. Cool. So that means that when we run this query, do we still need the limit one? Because when I run it, it's fine. But now it should be ensured that it's unique. No, I still need limit one, huh? Okay. And I guess something tells me I need double equals. Transaction, no iteration has been found. Maybe not. There you go. Okay, so I need the limit one anyway. But okay, we've got our index. We can finish off creating this comment. So what else do we need on the comment? On the comment we need parent. In this case we have a default value of none because it will be the first comment on the post, not an answer to existing ones, so we leave it null. Then we have text and created at should be created automatically. So we do text and we'll just have this article sucks, okay? It'll be the first comment and That's what I'm expecting from whoever will actually decide to leave a comment. Moderation will be another feature that I'll worry about later. So yeah, let's try to run it. We have the author and post, everything set, run. Found none for field text with record. Wait, what? Oh, X. Silly me. Do you want a joke about LLMs? Hell yeah. These are... I expect anything. Okay, so we created a first comment. We gotta create it at. That should be read-only, so we shouldn't be able to modify it. Got ID, post, and everything. So now we're gonna do the same thing with selecting. Ugh. Sure, why not? Let's create another comment. Post is the same post, but I want the parent to be selected as well. Parent. And so we'll select value ID from comment where post. Whoa. It's just nested it. Nope. When what the heck? We're going to select the value ID from only comment where we're not that. Where text is this article sucks. Okay? And I can actually do something fancy here because we learned that we can do let and we can make it like $sign or something. I think $sign. And this will be the GPT memory post ID. And we just copy this query here, I think. So we should be able to do that and just paste those here. Maybe. Still curious about the joke about LLMs. Alrighty, so this comment sucks too. So that should be a comment on this comment. And parent, we're just selecting like this. So let's see if this works. For that, I will need to copy the let statement. Okay. So that we have that there. And run it. So the moment I run the whole thing, this let will be defined until this, this query ends. All those, whatever. Even though this has semicolon and it ends, it will last until it runs out of this specific file. And then it completely finishes and clears it out from memory. That's what I noticed from some of the examples. So let's see. We set it. There's the ID. There's a parent, there's a post, everything is found. Awesome. I know it looks, nothing special, but to be honest, this actually feels good because these are the queries that I wrote. I absolutely hate SQL and I'm doing subqueries with probably joins and other stuff, and I can just do that. Just like that after reading through a little bit of a documentation, which just is amazing. Really amazing feeling. And I have things that refer to other things, like this comment refers to another comment without crazy tables and stuff. So the joke is, do you know why they don't abbreviate generative AI? I do not know. Nice. Yep. Oh, what the hell? Yep. Thank you, the unknown. You were quicker than me with clicks. Yep. GAI. I won't say it. Alrighty. So we've got the comments linked up together. So basically, if we return to our idea of what we would like to achieve, here. So let's mark green what we actually did. The user, green. We created the user, right? We have it. It has a name and everything. Post. Partially, it's fine. Let's mark the post itself as green. Let me just ungroup it. How do you ungroup it? Like this? Yeah. Author, record user, that's green. Required knowledge, we're not touching that yet. Related posts, not yet, although we could add it really easily. Is knowledge, not yet. Series, not yet. And topics, not yet. And with comments, we can mark the comment as done, and it has actually all of those. User, post, and parent are all defined, including the text. So, wow, we're moving fast. We can just add the fact that post can link to itself. Previous joke was LLMs, high effort BS generators, but it requires some exposition to land properly. Okay. I kind of like jokes about LLMs, although I know it seems like it's a little bit hard to make good ones. And I guess I'm sometimes playing a joke on myself because I actually am a person that sometimes use the word delve or certainly. So sometimes I might sound like LLM. Righty. So related posts, let's just add that. That'll be the last thing. HEBS is a good one, at least in person. You're the first person I tested it online with. By the way, I'm rarely looking into the camera. The screen with the chat is on the right screen, so I'm usually looking and smiling at the screen with the chat rather than the camera. I just can't help it. Alrighty, so post could have extra thing like define field, related posts, okay, and that'll be an array of posts by default empty. There we go. So the thing is now, if we're going to define this field like this, that's one thing I noticed. So let's do that. Here, let's look at posts, okay? We have the posts, and when we look at them, we have author ID, name, slug, tags. No actual, related posts yet. So if I'm going to go here, run the query to define that field, run it. The problem is that when we go to Explorer, we refresh it nicely, look here, the field still isn't there. So the data we're relying on is not there. So we will basically need to update all the fields. And I don't know if there's a way around it to kind of automatically ensure that those fields are there. I don't know. So we can do update post set, and we're gonna set the related posts to be empty array, and that should update all the posts. And here I guess I could do something like existing value or this, and if it's empty, only then it's gonna update it. So again, this is something similar that you would do in JavaScript. Taz says, another joke. Today I realized I was exposed to LLMs for my whole life. My father is excellent, high effort BS generator. Yep. So I guess that's a joke that works. Feels like a joke that when you already establish it as inside joke or something, then it's gonna work very well, because you can make so many jokes around it. Yeah, I can consider my streams are all LLM generated, because I just make things up as I go. Run. Okay, this one got updated. They all got updated. We all got values now. Okay, so I go here. I refresh. There we go. Array 0. 0 elements. Cool. So that worked. So we can go and mark the field basically green. Okay. So series topics is knowledge. That could be a fun one. And then array again to the posts as in required knowledge. That's another thing. So I still have a little bit of time. Sure. So the whole idea about this knowledge and knows and required knowledge. So let's imagine that we have some kind of topic. Let's say in SurrealDB, right? We have the select. Okay? We have the select statement. Then we have maybe the assert. Okay? And let's get one more, which will be define. Okay? So we've got those three. Let's imagine that these are all little blog posts. A little bit about the assert, a little bit about define, a little bit about select. So the thing is that select can live on its own, while define, you can learn about that. But if you want to learn about assert, you need to basically have that knowledge first. So I would like to be able to specify that assert basically required knowledge for it is that define. Can you create views, SQL views? You can define an equivalent of SQL views in SurrealDB from what we glanced over. So yeah, I think it was here, right? And the select. You go to select, a select statement. Oh, now it was in define. Define table, right? You can define the tables, and then we can define pre-computed table views. Define table, the name, as, and you just put in the query, and it will just define a view. That's that. Couldn't get simpler. So the whole idea is that a specific post could basically have a list of things that it wants to mark as, you know what, before you read this article, you should probably know this first. And then I would like, so that would be the whole thing where post can link other posts as required knowledge. Okay? That's that. I don't think I need any specific definitions here. It can be just a list of records or something. I'm not going to have hundreds here. And this way we could kind of make some kind of graph. Additionally, then user could create that relation that they know a specific post, as in mark that knowledge is acquired. Therefore, when they visit that post, assert when they mark define as they know it already, it won't show that anymore. Or maybe it will show out as green, like, hey, you already know everything that's required for this thingy. And this way I could basically make a bunch of teeny tiny articles describing very specific aspects of something. And you could just keep learning and marking off little tiny blog posts as, you know, you learn, and you have your own learning path as you unlock more things. And therefore, maybe you have, you know, suggested things in your learning path or something. So to store that, I could literally do required knowledge, which is exactly the same thing as this, just list of records. Required knowledge. Okay, we've got that one. So all we need to do is copy it. And then here, just paste it, run that guy, and just make sure that it's all set for empty. Bam. Done. That was so fast. There says, once I had fun with SQL on my previous project. We wrote JSON parsers using SQL. Oh, wow. Okay. So our code downloaded JSON from server and executed SQL procedure with JSON as argument. Procedure will parse JSON and put it into needed tables. Then we use SQL's compiler to generate Kotlin code, which is mapped for each table. So we wrote good chunk of app using SQL. That sounds like very specific kind of fun. And also sounds like you had some spare time, or you marked it as learning experience. Huh. That's cool. That's definitely cool. The thing I noticed about Surreal, which is interesting and probably very interesting to explore, is that if we go to the documentation, you know, besides all those statements, like, you know, we have if else, we have for loops, you know, live queries and whatnot. We have functions. In functions, we have database functions, which we can use directly in all the queries. There is HTTP functions. So your database can make GET requests, PUT requests, POST requests, PATCH requests, delete requests. And, you know, you could basically, you know, do GET request while you send a query. But what's even more interesting is events. If you have define, you can define an event, and it's like dead simple. Define event email on table user when, so this is like a check for when this email will actually fire off, like when the previous value email is not the new one. So let's say when email changed, right? Then, and you have this query here. So this query can modify the database, and therefore it can also make a HTTP query. And I think this is without blocking your query actually going through or something. I don't know. This is something that could be interesting to explore. And yeah. So you could either have, there's just so many uses that one could find that, because you can have your database either send a request to a server that, hey, this data updated, and maybe do something with it, right? Without your server contacting the database first and therefore knowing about it. So you can have some kind of server that's basically doesn't have direct access to the database because the database sends data to it whenever necessary. Or you could have the database fetch extra data from some other source just to fill it in. Or what I thought instantly of is like, hey, so I just added, let's say I added, in this context, maybe I wrote a new blog post. And when it's inserted into the database, or let's say that the contents of it changed, or whatever, it's inserted in the database, basically the field description would basically have a request to like OpenAI API that sends the blog post and asks for the description for it, and it just generates it for you. Or maybe to generate a thumbnail or something. I don't know. It's just very interesting concept. Yeah. So I would like to play with that at some point. So let me just look if we can do something else quickly before I go to sleep. So we've got the required knowledge as well. Is knowledge. Well, so this would be basically to mark if the post is even something that one could learn. It's selectable as knowledge, and therefore that's when, like a button, hey, I learned this, would show up in the interface. So this will be just a Boolean value. So that should be really simple. So in the post, we can basically, if we have knowledge stuff here, define field is knowledge on post type Boolean, default false. Okay, so that will be it. But again, that says, is it open source? It's the database. I don't know if it's open source. I don't think it's fully open source, or maybe it is. Oh yeah, I know that I'm getting notifications from GitHub. But it's partially open source, and you can use it for commercial uses as long as you don't make like a database as a service. Then you would need to have an extra license. But it was awesome to see you, Taras. Thank you for checking in. And the unknown says, one example I saw is sending an API request to MailChimp to send the user verification email directly from within SurrealDB. Hey, that's a great idea. Because you just don't need to wait for, do all the scheduling inside your backend. And if you create the user from wherever it is, you can just do it. That's a great idea. I'm starting to really like this database because it suddenly makes so many use cases possible without doing a lot of coding when you offload it here. But with the email thing, it starts to border on, you better be careful, because sending the email or request to send an email for verification suddenly means that you're putting business logic in your database, and then it might get a little bit harder to modify it. It's just like one rule: don't put business logic in your database. Some people do exactly opposite, but I don't like to do that. That's one thing, but it might be actually a big win here, just to not have to write yet another service so that it's not within your database. Okay. Is knowledge as Boolean. So we plop it here. And it would be bool, right? Yeah, there we go. So we run this. And therefore in our Explorer, when we refresh it, we have required knowledge, all as array 0. But is knowledge, look at that. It's not set. So that's the thing. We need to, again, update all the posts where we do is knowledge. We basically set it to false here. Okay. Or we could probably do is knowledge double exclamation mark. This is a trick that we got from the unknown. Because if you negate the non-value, you're gonna get true. So if we double negate, we basically make whatever was true is still true, whatever was false is still false, but whatever was null is still turns into false. Therefore, we kind of empty it. So this should work, hopefully. And we have is knowledge is false for all of them. Awesome. Thank you for that trick. The unknown, this is, again, straight up from JavaScript. Yet the whole thing is written in Rust, so that's funny. Okie dokie. We've got that. I'm gonna straight up. Wait, these have all defaults, so I don't have to worry about those being created here. So next time, next stream about SurrealDB will be on another Wednesday. At least for me is Wednesday night. For you, most of you is probably Thursday morning. So then we'll be able to basically copy the schema, run it, and copy all this here in data and run it, and it should all be already there in a database for us, because the moment we close Surrealist, everything in our sandbox will get wiped. Which is awesome, because it can start fresh. And maybe in the meantime, I'll try to do some backend for the for my website so that we can start plugging it in, and maybe start touching on other subjects like working with JavaScript and seeing how we can run those queries to actually display things properly. And from there, we'll probably go and take a peek at the other things like the likes and no's, which would be the relations, and see how we can deal with relations. They have weird arrows that I don't understand right now, so this will be something where I actually need to learn something to understand it. But this would open up the whole world of graphs and traversing, and then we would also know if this whole required knowledge should be as an array of records or should it be as actual relations. So that's another thing. So let me just push all that to Git, and do we have everything saved here? Yes, saved. So we're gonna just name it as end of stream 1. Let's not use number because it will link it to an issue. There we go. And I want to thank everyone for watching, for hanging out with me. This is actually has been a lot of fun and surprisingly a lot of chatting today. So that felt good. I wish everyone to have a great day or a great night. And again, I won't be streaming this Friday, so no NIM manual, as I'm going for a little vacation. And yeah, see you on Monday then. Thank you for watching. If you like the content, consider subscribing and liking the video on YouTube or following on Twitch. It's always appreciated. See ya.